best to get 3 copies of every card in the set. Welcome, Draco Kid. Hope you're having a good day. Let's start with this Widespread Ruined bundle. Definitely, if you're going to get, even if you're not super interested in the pack, let's say you're a new player and you need to open Seven's New Road, you should still get Widespread Ruin before you head on over into Seven's New Road. Open the Widespread Ruin bundle, then open that Summoned Skull bundle, and then figure out what set you're going to open after that. So we get a Sports Dragon Defender. Unfortunately, this card is not going to be super great. The Sports Dragons are good, but when people say that, they mean Pitcher and Slugger. The rest of the group is not that great. King's Reward and Paka Paka Chew. I think this card will be a part of the new Beast engine, which I am expecting to see some experimentation similar to the Aqua engines. I see I am dropping a ton of frames. Oh, hopefully the stream is not too laggy. Let me know if problems persist. Congrats on the Ancient Dragon Dragzen. Looks like we have a Beast Summoner that fits right into what was I saying? Volt Condor decks, and Piercing Samurai is a big buff for the warriors. Next up, some solid normals and fires. Fire Yarrow going to help us out with the Pyro deck. Royal Rebel Rocker, of course, a necessary card if we are trying to play the new Royal Demons. Silver Wolf, another part of the Beast engine. And let's just tear through these packs until we find the next big thing. One side reverse, Cheesecake. Oh, the Barrier. So despite being a rare, this is probably one of the best cards in the set. Being able to just reduce a Dragius by 400, bring it down to 21, means that it's now crashing into Dragius, it's crashing into Seven Zone Magician, so it's not going to be able to stay on the field or destroy another monster afterwards. Welcome to the stream, Stanford Matthews, and yep, figured we might as well hop in, open these packs right away. That way we can hop into Ranked and try out the new cards immediately. It's gonna take a while to open up 3 whole boxes, but we have been getting some pretty good pulls. Ancient Arise Dragon is here. This is definitely one of the decks I think is going to be the most relevant. So we've done Widespread Ruin. Let's go ahead and head over to Monster Reincarnation. This card I don't think is quite as necessary as the Widespread Ruin. Definitely get this one after Widespread Ruin and Summoned Skull in terms of the bundles. But still, you're not losing out on very much if you do open it. Welcome, Mama Medoc. Hope you're having a great night. Or day, or afternoon, depending on where you live. Looks like this is Seraph of Darkness. A card I think is going to do a pretty good job in Dark Magician decks and warriors, which also focus on the defense position. We see a couple of Burning Blaze dragons and a Clear Ice dragon, helping supplement that dragon type synergy. And the music appears to have stopped. Is this a connection issue? It says I'm connected. Congrats on the Bendor break. And we are done with the Monster Reincarnation. Now that we've opened both bundles, 56 packs left in the box. Still looking for Ghost Cyclone and Heavy Metal. Let's go ahead and go into the next set of 10. I'm gonna go ahead and try reloading the music. Okay, and I think we are back. We are probably going to be here for a while. If we are just opening every pack individually. So after the first box, I think we are going to do a, we'll start hitting the skip button. Okay, so we get Dark Ruler Battle Slash. And we just need the Heavy Metal and maybe the Speedy Performer. If you're trying to do it on a budget and don't want to pull the entire box, there are definitely some options. Like, I don't think every card here is necessary before resetting the box. So if there's anything in particular you want to play, feel free to just focus on those. We found the Black Dragon's Chick. I do want to try the Red Eyes deck. That'll probably be what we do first, just because I think there's a really good chance that the skill is mistranslated. And if that is the case, the Red Eye skill is probably going to be very bad. And yeah, I think if you are still working on the first box, going for 2 or so complete iterations before moving on to the new one makes sense. I don't think you need to spend all the way for the 3rd Dragius necessarily. But getting all of the SRs and the basic URs does make sense. I think Seven's New Road is probably a little bit better than Heavy Metal Scream overall. And speaking of heavy metal, we get it right as we disrespect the name. So we just have 2 SRs left. So I guess we might as well open the packs individually in case we get lucky and can reset the box just a little bit faster than necessary. That's a with 15 packs to go. That is a good question. I actually started with the bundles, so I'm not entirely sure. I think there are probably like 80 or so packs. We'll find out together in a moment once we reset it. And while we open these final 12 packs, we've got some solid music in the background. Looks like another whiff, down to the final 10. I imagine most people's voices are pretty weird if you are listening to it at 2 times speed. Alright, so we managed to whiff the entire 10 packs here. So we definitely are not saving very many gems by trying this individually. Might just go back down to the final pack. 5 to go. Oh, a trap. We finally grab Call of the Earthbound. Yeah, so I wasn't really sure what you were asking, Mama Medoc. I'm like, this is just what my voice sounds like. But if you were in 2 times speed, that would explain the issue. Alright. 50-50 shot of getting this SR. And we do it with 1 pack left in the box. So we can go ahead and reset. And that took us, yeah, I do say ums and uhs quite a bit because I'm not a very trained performer. I definitely do not have the experience with streaming that a lot of the more popular people do. Oh, Ghost Cyclone in the very second pack. So what is the typical suggestion? Is it just to be silent while I think? Or how do I fill the dead air where I would be saying normally? Oh, Black Dragon's Chick. Oh, so there are 90 packs in the box because we just opened 10 after resetting. I know someone was asking. I don't think it's a disability. I'm just not a theater kid or a public speaker. It is not something I have done very much. So let's go ahead and speed through the rest of this pack opening. We get the Speedy Performer, the final card we were looking for, pretty early into this run. I do have enough gems where it's not going to matter all too much. I am going to be able to finish 3 full runs of this box, but seeing multiple URs in a set of 10 is always great. Yeah, I know a lot of people were expecting it to be 70 packs. My bet was on 77 since it would be the funny number for Seven's World, but 90 is a bit higher than expected. I think most people who weren't on 70 were thinking it was going to be 80. Alright, 30 packs left. Oh, and we actually clear incredibly early. So we have 20 packs left, but every SR and UR from the box is done. So I could go ahead and open the rest for the rare gems, but I think I am going to go ahead and reset, as I can use those gems if I end up with extra on speed duel cards. I'm not a big speed duel player, but I don't think I need to waste 1,000 gems on cards I clearly already have over 10 copies of. So let's go ahead and reset. And Matt, let's see. I think it depends if you only care about one particular card. Okay, so let me pull away the pastel background so we can go over the box in a little bit more information. So cards I think you definitely want before resetting are Ghost Cyclone, because this is a staple that will help you into the future. Call of the Earthbound is a card I could definitely see being removed from the Limit 3 list at some point, so it's definitely a safe pickup. Music Princess's Recital is also a good one because being able to negate an attack is like having a 4th monster on board. So if you have 3 monsters, you can keep one of them alive, and then you'll always be able to have a monster on field, and that's like having 6 cards on the next turn. So Music Princess's Recital is good at helping you get out those double boss boards and avoid some damage. Royal Rebels Rocker I don't think is actually that great of a card, but if you want to play Royal Rebels, you definitely need it. They don't have nearly enough support for it to work out otherwise. Bender Break, I think, is not a good card. This card should be pretty bad overall. But we can't discount the skill. We definitely do need to try it out and wait and see. If there are any URs in the box that you're planning on skipping, this one is the one to skip. Next up, Ancient Arise Dragon, I think is probably the best card currently, but it is pretty likely to fall off later. This card was never any good in the physical TCG. But that being said, Ancient Arise Dragon has a skill to support it in Duel Links, which makes it very consistent, alongside the smaller deck, making it even easier to find Clear Ice Dragon and Burning Blaze Dragon. So other cards you could skip, I don't think Beast Summoner has ever been particularly powerful. And if you haven't bought a 3rd copy of the Volt Condor structure deck, I think that is where Beast Summoner is going to shine the most. So this is potentially a skippable card. You really probably don't need 3 Gift-Guitarist, so 2 is probably fine for Psychic players. You already have Prima Gitarna and are going to get better bosses later on. Red Eyes Black Chick, this card is going to be terrible unless you are very specifically playing Red Eyes with the skill. This card needs support to make it viable. Otherwise, you might as well just run a card like Currybot that can work on any of your monsters, rather than needing you to specifically draw your tribute. So there are a couple of cards, basically, where you could reset the box early. But overall, it's not like there are that many other options for rush boxes anyway. As for the gems, I got them simply by playing the game for 2 months. I had a ton of gems when the first 7th box came out because I had grinded for it. So I had gotten all of the cards. I had about 4,000 gems left over. And then over the past 2 months, I haven't bought very many Speed Duel cards. So just playing the game a lot is how I get all of my gems. Oh, it looks like we are down to 300, but I have plenty in storage. Let's go ahead and grab the rest of the gems that we need. Oh, so even though we have opened 2 full runs of the box here, it is going to make me do the advertisement for the new box. Luckily, we can go ahead and skip past it. And then let's go ahead and click on the gift box. Nope, okay. I guess we are back in the shop. So to the gift box, all the way to the end, you can see I have 51 pages of this stuff. So let's just go ahead and receive some of these gems. And it's always a good idea to go ahead and do this immediately when you can, because gems expire after a month. So if I were to not take these now, I would run into issues where I gain gems and then these gems are going to expire anyway. So let's go ahead, click receive on as many of them as we can. And they do go in expiration order. You can see I also skipped a couple of random other rewards, like I had an alternative white dragon somewhere hiding in the gift box. I do not need those skill chips, so we can move past that. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I click on it, it just blows itself up. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, and here we go. I apparently never opened this. Might as well take a look at what we grab. Bum bada bum. An Armed Dragon Thunder level 3. I have absolutely no use for this card. Ba ba bada bum. Receive. And we find more skill chips that I am not able to redeem. Oh, some more box chips. That's actually going to be pretty helpful. We can grab the... Oh, whoops. I guess I had too many of those. Sorry that this part is taking so long. There are quite a few pages to go through after a long time of not spending gems. I do want to point out, I did also get a lot of gems from the ranked rewards last month. I had over like 350 wins, so you get a lot of just stacking up rewards from that. And all of these skill chips, I really do not want to spend them. So those will probably just end up expiring. The thing with skill chips is that it takes UR gems, and I was using all of those in case new cards come to the card trader. We are making some good progress. Down to just 17 pages to go. Bum, bum. So I think first we are going to try out the Red Eyes deck for sure, just to see whether or not it works as advertised. My bet is that it is actually going to be mistranslated and we aren't going to be able to obtain the cards, or we're not going to be able to attack with level 8 monsters despite what the text of the skill actually says. So it looks like I may have planned this out pretty well. You can see we're running low on pages right as we are nearing that 9 threshold. So let's go ahead and receive these gems as well. Oh, and we are near Christmas for the expiration date. 98.48. And plenty of these aren't even gems. So we have the 500 new gem box, but we can't actually claim them yet. Let's make sure we open up the rest of the packs and then don't forget to do it. And yeah, there were about a little bit over 10,000 gems sitting in the inbox. So we can go ahead and finish up our third run of Heavy Metal Scream right away. Sad for that rush duel. If you don't dedicate to the first box, you're just not playing at all. So if you are a new player on a really tight budget, I think you could go for a pure dragon deck using just the Ancient Arise, Burning Blaze, and Clear Ice decks. However, I think it might actually be cheaper to build a Dragonic Resonance deck using the first box. Even though there are more packs, you don't need to go through it 3 times. So I'll be interested to see what the numbers end up looking like in a week or two for the total cost of each deck. But overall, I agree with Hotaru Kokodo's assessment that the first box is a little bit better, especially for new players. Down to 20 packs, and this time we are way far away from finishing things up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 SRs still to go in 10 packs. So each pack is a 50-50 on getting one of the cards we are looking for. we got the third Ghost Cyclone. Oh, nice work, Dragzen. We are finishing up right at around the same time. I've got just 7 more packs to go. And probably a little bit less, unless I get hit by the last pack curse. Yeah, so, Hotaru, I think there is a really good shot, that Dragonic Resonance remains the best deck, just because everyone is going to be playing trap cards now. So it is quite interesting to see how it will end up shaking out. Alright, so the final card we need is the third Seraph of Darkness. 5 packs to go. Let's see how it works out. And then we are going to head right into ranked with a Red Eyes deck. Going to have to build that. It'll take just a minute. And then we will get the show on the road. Time for some ranked duels. 3 packs left. 33% chance. When we were at 10 packs, we did open 4 high rarity cards in a row. So I guess the luck is coming back to us now. A glossy Pakachu is actually pretty interesting because I do plan on running those beast cards. So having it is not bad. And it is in the final pack. Pay your respects for the Seraph of Darkness as we finish things out today. Now, let's go ahead and claim those final 500 gems. And I am going to take this as a screenshot for later. Despite opening 3 copies of every single card, I still have over 7,000 gems remaining. That is the power of the mini boxes. So, Red Eyes Black Dragon. I guess I will give this to Roa because we have a ton of skills that I'm trying to unlock still. I really want to play the Rebels Beat skill for heavy metal, but that is not currently an option because it is a random drop. I'm using the Dragonic Resonance you showed 13 hours ago. Yeah, I think that is a fantastic choice. Especially since it costs no additional gems if you've already prepared in the first box. Definitely let me know how it goes. So we're going to empty out this deck and let's try with Red Eyes Black Dragon. The skill is Black Dragon Rising and it says you need to have at least 7 level 5 or higher monsters and a level 7, specifically level 7, effect monsters cannot attack. So we're going to add in level 8 monsters instead. Red Eyes Black Dragon. And then we need Black Dragon's Chick. And I think that's it for the requirements. Once I find them, let me make sure I'm not missing anything else. Reveal a Black Dragon Chick. Decrease a monster. Alright, so we are going to fill the rest of the deck up with, well, this is probably way too many high levels. So let's cut a couple of those and go for a level 5 or 6 monster. I know I already made this deck list yesterday, but I didn't actually think to save it. So what other card should I go for? Oh, maybe some rockers. Oh wait, no, not heavy metal. I'm looking for Yami Rulers. Oh, thank you for following. Where is the Yami Ruler? Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we will fill the deck with engines to help us get multiple high-level monsters out. That seems like a great plan. Can you see what you can make from this box? Yeah, there should be plenty of interesting new cards. So let's try out the Beast engine in here. So we're going to go with 3 copies of Pakachu, 3 Silver Wolf, 3 Gazelle, of course, and then 3 All-Seeing White Tigers, so Pakachu has 6 targets. Then we could go all the way in with cards like Chusuke as well. But I think it's going to be Trap and Spell Time. So we want Monster Reincarnation for sure. And we're going to need a Widespread Ruin as well. Let's see here if we want anything else. Probably the Curry Bots are the best way to round this deck out. Just giving us even more fodder for those high-level monsters. Curry Bots should have 300 attack. So here we go. Red Eyes, Black Dragon. We've got Red Eyes, Black Chick, 3 Silver Wolf, 3 Pakachu, 3 Curry Bot. I'm happy with this. We could potentially add in some extra trap cards, like the Music Princess's Recital, or maybe the Barrier. Oh, we do have a lot of 2500s, so the Barrier makes a ton of sense. Let's get rid of a couple of Silver Wolf, and we'll head right into Ranked and see how this performs. Yeah, Seahorse Carrier definitely works. And it might be the better one, but right now we are going to focus on trying the new cards. I agree with Past Me though. I definitely spent more time labbing out the deck list for that video than I'm doing just off the top of my head here. PvP Arena, and let's see how it goes. Red Eyes Black Dragon, key card Yami Ruler. Let's queue in and just see how it goes. And yep, Sundal Fawn. It is one of each type of legend. So we get the Widespread Ruin. Definitely going to be running a legend monster, whether that is Summon Skull or something a deck is revolving around. And then I do think, despite being the only legend spell card, Monster Reincarnation could very well still not make its way into certain deck lists. So we opened the Black Dragon's Chick, which is perfect for using that new skill. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with Kokoro. Being able to use the new skill being able to use the new legend rule does seem pretty good to me. Okay, so first we activate the skill. Black Dragon's Rising. We have to return a card to the deck. I think we are going to go with Yami Ruler here. And then we get the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Then we summon it. And we bring out the big Red Eyes Black Dragon. All of their monsters are in defense position, so there is going to be nothing to switch to. There's going to be nothing that we can debuff. However, we can summon a Kime Ruler and then go for a big play. Just swinging in directly for 2500 despite their defense position monsters. There is actually a pretty good case though that I should have summoned the Yami Ruler, because a single Dragius is still able to clear both these monsters even if they are crashing. So locking out the level 7s and just clearing some monsters away may have put us in a better position for later turns. Still though, I'm pretty happy with any turn where I'm able to get out 2 boss monsters. I think I missed some chat, so let's see. Yeah, Draco Kid, it definitely sucks to be losing an account like that. I am sorry. Hopefully the new account experience is good enough, and you are going to be able to get those cards back soon. So in the official Rush Duels, it was just 1 copy of any legend card up until about a year ago. So I think my opponent is possibly making a mistake here by using that Royal Rebel Rockers effect. They could have probably lethaled me, but now they are unable to attack directly. So I'm going to survive this turn. Oh, also, we used the skill, and we were able to attack with Kime Ruler. So we can confirm it is actually only level 7 monsters that cannot attack. So for the chat, I did initially plan on putting it above my head, but it doesn't really, you can't really see it at all. So I did not end up doing that. I do probably need to spend some time reworking my stream layout. Hopefully it'll not look too bad in the near future. So I think I am going to just go for the Yami Ruler here and try to stall for a turn. Basically, we need to draw into another Black Dragon Chick so that we can successfully turn off their stuff here. I will set the 2 Gazelles, and I'm assuming they are not going to have piercing. Looking at the stream overlay again, you still can't really see the chat, even though I didn't put it over the pastel gradient, huh? I'm not quite sure what the best option is. So we see them discard a Ghost Cyclone because they aren't able to do all too much else on this turn. There is a pretty good chance they will have a... oh, if they summon a Growl, we actually are in danger. So they are going to be able to beat over my field. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping for a Yami Ruler to survive the turn, because then I would have a solid monster ready to supplement my attacks. We also haven't drawn any of our trap cards. There we go. Just in time. Black Dragon Rising. Let's go ahead and return. We only have 2 low levels. So if we return Kime Ruler, we summon it, and then we get 2 sets. Oh, but the Currybot counts as both low levels. So return the Tiger. We get the Red Eyes Black Dragon back. Change the attack of a monster. Let's go ahead and weaken Royal Rebels Heavy Metal, of course. Then we Currybot. Currybot uses the effect. Add another Currybot to hand. Then we get Kime Ruler onto the scene. 1 and 2. Then Black Dragon's Chick. Sent to the graveyard, special summon the Red Eyes Black Dragon. We have a Widespread Ruin to set onto the field, and now we are actually still in some danger, as there's a pretty good chance they are going to pop a huge Widespread Ruin on us. But we will do what we can. Let's attack Growl and see what happens. No spell or trap card activation prompt, so we are actually going to take it out nice and safely. Alright, we only have 1,000 life points left. The issue is if they bring out another Heavy Metal, even if we Widespread Ruin it, the Summon Skull is capable of defeating Red Eyes Black Dragon. And then whatever they play down in the 3rd monster slot is going to be game. Also, if they bring out the 3rd copy of Growl, my monsters are going to have essentially no attack points left. So this is quite dangerous. But we might just survive. We see Summon Skull going in for game. Widespread Ruin is going to destroy that Summon Skull. And now they only deal 900 damage because they chose the wrong monster. If they had just chosen Red Eyes Black Dragon, we would have died. Now, what can we do about it? Can we turn this game around? So we can summon the Silver Wolf. Then we can summon a second Silver Wolf. Activate the effect, and Growl is going to get weakened by 400 points. But then Pakachu is not very strong. I may have thrown just as hard as they did, because now I'm not going to have the ability to swing in. I messed up. If I had just kept a Silver Wolf, giving the Growl 200 attack points would have been fine. Pakachu, I could risk it all on their monster having 0 defense points. A lot of the low levels do. So we are going to hope it is not a Palace Gargoyle. We're risking it all for the joke play. Let's go in, swing with Royal Rebels. Oh, they actually do have a trap card this time. It's King's Majesty to negate the attack. And that is going to be game. I definitely overextended a bit. So Pakachu, let's go in and end this. We actually would have done it. I didn't think they had any traps because it wasn't able to be activated last turn. If I had set the Pakachu, there is a chance, of course, that they wouldn't have had an out to my red eyes. But they can now just beat over the beast, and that is going to be game. We did our best. Still learning the ins and out of the deck. You would have kept the monsters on board, huh? Yeah, I could see that being the right play. Basically, I was going in for lethal because I figured if I kept the 2 Silver Wolves on the field, all they needed is a 1500, so I had to kill them that turn. If they didn't have the trap card, Pakachu could have destroyed the defense position monster, and then I would have been able to get in with the red eyes for a game. But it doesn't work out that time. I should have thought more about the traps. Congratulations on opening all of those ancient dragons. 45 packs is definitely not a ton to have invested. Looks like we open up with 2 trap cards ourselves here. So, here's something that I think is pretty relevant. In one of my highest viewed videos, I talk about not summoning your boss monsters on turn number 1 because it's very likely that they get blown up without receiving any value. However, that is largely a symptom of the meta. Now we have cards like the Barrier and Widespread Ruin, which are going to impact the way you play the game. If you are able to protect Red Eyes Black Dragon with these cards, it is actually okay to summon your boss monsters on turn number 1, because even though they have the 7-sword Magician, they are going to run into a Widespread Ruin. And even if they bring out a Summon Skull alongside it, that one is going to lose to the Barrier. So we can just activate, let's take a look, 2700. We can actually reduce that by 400, and that's going to be good enough. We can save Widespread Ruin for later. Let's go ahead and return Pakachu into the deck. Our field is fine, and they immediately concede as soon as they see the trap card. That was a quick game. They probably conceded because they thought, wow, how unlucky it is that they only had the 1 element to boost 7-sword Magician, or the 2 elements, I mean. But even if they got a 3rd one, I would have just activated the Widespread Ruin instead. So you can see the value in those cards. Alright, looks like we are up first. Our hand, quite awkward here. We do not have any trap cards, and we need Black Dragon's Trick to use our skill. We could bring out Kime Ruler, but we are going to hold it. Yeah, the NPCs in the Sevens world are quite weak. I'm pretty sure at my stage level, not a single one of them even bothers to run a single tribute monster. So we see someone who is certainly a pyro enthusiast. Innocent Lancer actually does have the ability to inflict some piercing damage, but they don't go for it. They instead, of course, want to bring out multiple strong monsters. I absolutely respect that decision. They are going to clear my field away, but we are prepared. We have Black Dragon's Chick and a Monster Reincarnation. Not sure I'm going to use that one right away. Let's go ahead and activate Black Dragon Rising. This time, I am going to keep Yami Ruler. So let's get rid of the Kime Ruler and add Red Eyes Black Dragon to the hand before lowering the Innocent Lancer's attack points. I think that's the one most worth getting rid of. Black Dragon's Chick goes ahead and turbos out our new boss monster, Red Eyes Black Dragon. We also have the Gazelle ready to take out Flavor Inspector. We can set the monster reincarnation for later and head into the battle phase. I don't mind taking a little bit of damage here at all, as clearing the opponent's resources seems pretty good to me. Monster Reincarnation has us all set for Black Dragon's Chick on the next turn. I see the chat is all rooting against me. Everybody wants the Pyros to win. I see how it is. Sandalphon, I'm only at like, I'm at like stage 12 or some other really low number. Basically, I have enough gems where I'm saving those stage mission rewards for when I need them more later. So, since they were unable to out Red Eyes Black Dragon, I actually cannot use the skill here. So, I think we just are going to go ahead and bring out this Yami Ruler. We have a Curry Bot for later. We have Black Dragon's Chick for later. And we have Pocket Pikachu for later. I guess I will go for this way. There is an argument to be made for keeping the, for summoning one of these other cards and using the Silver Wolf as a third attacker, but it just seems so largely unnecessary for me to do so. Let's go ahead and just lock out the tribute summons, and we'll deal a little bit of damage. We'll go ahead and set the Curry Bot because why not? And let's go ahead and battle. Even if they have the Widespread Ruin, our Red Eyes Black Dragon is going to get this attack in. Yami Ruler is the one that would have blown up. Stop winning, I'm making the Noodles lose. I don't know, I think Noodles are making Noodles lose. But I could still lose. I don't really have a ton of ways to go past this board, so eventually they are going to get there. So Kime Ruler coming out now for sure. And if I'm doing this right, I think we are about to do a little bit of a tee-hee, a small little funny. So first I tribute the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Then I activate my skill, and I return Yami Ruler to the top of the deck, or to the deck. This adds the Red Eyes Black Dragon to my hand, and we can go ahead and special summon it, using Black Dragon's Chick. So now we have 3 solid monsters on the board. So this is really the big reason why you want cards that can tribute themselves as both tributes rather than just cards like Curry Bots. Because this is the incredibly rare 3 boss field. I've also locked them out of tributes for a second turn with Yami Ruler here. For speed side, I messed up ticket usage. For 3 books? Oh no, Kokoro. Yes, that is a rough one. We do draw the 3rd Kime Ruler. With Monster Reincarnation, we could actually do the whole combo another time. But I don't think their face down is anything, so I'm not going to BM them. Let's just activate Kime Ruler and swing in for game. So this skill, overall, I would say it is pretty good. Level 8 monsters being able to attack, not a mistranslation. Red Eyes Black Dragon, pretty fun to play. So next up, we are going to go for, let's say, Magician Shuffle is next. That seems like a reasonable plan to me. And yeah, Kime Ruler, quite a strong card. Let's go ahead and set up the Magician's Shuffle. So the restriction on this deck is just no 2500 attack point monsters. So, easy enough, we put in the Dark Magician and we'll go with a Sevens Road Magician Engine. Gotta find those Dark Magician girls, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll round it out with a Witch, if we can find it. Perfect. And we can even throw in a Torna. But we don't need to because we have Seraph of Darkness coming up. That should be around the 1000 attack range. Perfect. So we've got Dark. We're going to need some Waters. Some Fires. Wind. I will just toss in a Spell Archer. Earth. Earth will do just Gazelle, because that opens up Beast Engine. Oh, so instead of Wind, we can actually do a, wait, sorry, I completely zoned out for a second. Spells and Traps, we are going to go for the Widespread Ruin, but this time I think we are going to cut out the, we are going to avoid, sorry, I just completely lost it. I have no idea what I was talking about. So, oh, we need the Arching Summoning Flute. That is what makes this deck new and competitive. So, this requires normal monsters. So cut the Fire Golems and bring in the Cerberus. Okay, I'm starting to remember how this deck looked like when I was building my thing. This has space for Call of the Earthbound. We'll try just 2 of them since I don't want too many Spell and Trap cards clogging up my field. So we've got Fire, Water. We are going to need Wind. So we are going to go with Spell Archer after all, just because it is another Mystic Dealer target. So Fire, Water, Earth, Wind, Dark, and we need light monsters. We can just go for the 1500 here. And if those are my only lights, I might as well do it over these ones. Oh, whoops, that was too many. I do want 2 Wolf Fangs. That way I will have more targets for Mystic Dealer. So 1100. Pow. Alright, so we have plenty of normal monsters. We have the Dark Magic attack. We have some traps. If there are no... We need to have 3 or more normal monsters in the graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We might need more normal monsters, but we'll start with this and see if it works out. So if we add anything, I think more normals is the thing we would want, because I am a little bit concerned on being able to actually activate the Flute's ability. By the way, is the background music doing well? I always have trouble mixing my audio with the music. So if you guys can't hear the music or the music is too loud, always feel free to tell me. So the point of the trap is specifically to keep our Sevens Road Magician safe from an opposing threat. This is definitely not the optimal opening hand, but we are going to keep Sevens Road Witch and Sevens Road Magician for the next turn. I don't want to bring them out, as even though we have the trap, a single Dragius just kind of blows us away. Okay, if you can't hear the music at all, let me try boosting it. How is that? I've been playing music the entire time. So everybody says the same thing. Okay, I have turned it up. Is it better now? Okay, so what do I do here? I have the Dark Magician Girl. We have a Mystic Dealer. And I think that's a good plan. Let's Mystic Dealer. Maybe we can find our way to the Dark Magician. And if we don't, that is still fine. We have the Seven's Road Witch. And we are going to bring our Seven's Road Magician out. We lost the trap card to a Ghost Cyclone, unfortunately. But still worth just getting our board set up. This is 3 high levels, so they should have some amount of trouble clearing it. Unless, of course, those are face-down Dragonic Pressures. Oh, we do see a trap is set. Obviously we have spellcasters in the graveyard, so it could be a Phantom Bind, it could be the Barrier, it could be anything except for Widespread Ruin. I think they would have played Widespread Ruin if it was that. Move it a smidge quieter. How is that? Disco Fever deck, I agree. T-River, Triver, I'm not sure. It should be very similar. Mimi got essentially no cards. Okay, so we do see this is the Ancient Arise Dragon deck. We will have to see how good is it really. Obviously, my Seven's Road Magician is going away, and you can see why the Call of the Earthbound would have been fantastic. If I had redirected that attack over to one of my other monsters, we would have been in a really good spot. Let's definitely go ahead and set these cards. Now, Sarah of Darkness does one thing worse than Torna, and that's that it can only change monsters that are face up. So I'm not going to be able to flip over a monster the way I would have been able to with a Torna. That said, we are still definitely bringing out this Seven's Road Magician, and we're going to blow up their monster. Activate the effect, we should have plenty of attributes in the grave, and we even mill the Dark Magician that we have been looking for. Battle phase. Let's see what kind of trap cards they have. Like I said, I do not think I'm getting hit by a Widespread Ruin. I think it's probably something just like the Barrier, or a Phantom Bind that is generally going to be slightly ineffective. So, also, it is turn 5, and we are set up. Gazelle, Wolfang, and Dark Magician are 3 normal monsters. We have an Archerine Summoning Flute, so once we have an open space on the field, we'll be able to send it to the graveyard and bring a Dark Magician back in defense mode, and if we draw a Dark Magic attack, we are going to be set. All of those trap cards are going to get blown away. Ancient Arise Dragon, unfortunately, able to destroy my Seven's Road Magician here and go up to 3,000. But I do have my Widespread Ruin, so I should be safe from taking too much damage this turn. Rest in peace, Seven's Road Magician. Out comes a Twin-Edged Dragon and a Dragorite. Those cards aren't going to do anything. They should be in defense. No, but it is a Dragius. That is threatening. Dragius' effect, but we still have plays. Check this out. First, that monster. It's going to get destroyed by the Widespread Ruin. Then, Dragius, it can attack twice, but Dark Magician Girl has 2,500 attack, so we flip up, Call of the Earthbound, redirect it, and both of Luke's monsters are gone. We have an absolutely clear field for us to attack into, and they concede, knowing how much damage they are about to take. The trap cards do incredible work. The Dark Magician didn't even come out, but it got there so well. I think I missed some chat, so let me scroll up a little bit. Alright, so it sounds like the music is in a better spot. Perfect. Making a new account. Any ideas? Starting with Red Eye Structure Deck, free to play. So I am unfortunately mostly a rush player. If you are gonna grind a lot of speed, You can do it for as low as 0 gems if you are willing to just use some of those random rare tickets on vanilla beat sticks. If you're trying to be more competitive, I'm sure I could link you to some guides. I feel like there's a lot to go over for speed duels that it wouldn't be perfect really to cover in a stream. But I did make a video on my new player experience. I used cards like the Kleehorts to succeed in Pendulum Summoning, Xyz Summoning, Tribute Summons. So if you were just grinding those worlds up, they could be a decent investment. But if you're here for a rush, I wouldn't really say, oh, go spend all of your gems on cards like that. So we have Magician Shuffle. This should be a good start. Show them the Dark Magician Girl. We get the Dark Magician. And then we ditch the Dark Magician. Then we can flip the Arching Summoning Flute. Go ahead, let's use the effect. Just getting it off the field. I don't think we actually really needed to do that though, because we do need to beat over the Darkness Crested Hawk. So, Mystic Dealer, we are going to discard the Seven's Road Witch. We find a Gazelle, and that's perfect. We summon Gazelle. Unfortunately, they once again had the Ghost Cyclone, so my Dark Magic attack was destroyed. That said, we do get to tribute the Dark Magician, bring out Dark Magician Girl, and it is now at 2500. Let's head into the battle phase and see if we get blown up by any trap cards. They do not activate anything. I'm going to take out the Dark Sorcerer, do that quick little trade, and a Mystic Dealer gets in for 1000. We even have an Archfiend Summoning Flute, so we can bring back the Dark Magician on a later turn if we ever find our third Dark Magic attack. Starting with Red Eyes is the best farm deck, even though would it be worthwhile to get the Red Eyes deck now? Probably not. I would not invest in the Red Eye structure deck unless you're actually planning on building Red Eyes for ranked. Why are you in my Rush Duels game? Who are you talking to? Who is Aurum? Wait, like the Mech Knight? I'm glad that the videos have been able to be helpful / informative. T-River, Triver, something. Red Eyes works now too. Oh, so we see a Darkness Crested Hawk. That is going to be going up to 3100. But we can still potentially get their booty with the Call of the Earthbound. Not if they have 2 Darkness Crested Hawks, though. Let's see how they play it. Do they go for the stacked boosts? They do. Okay, so check this out. 4100? No, thank you. Call of the Earthbound. You can destroy my Mystic Dealer instead. I will take that extra damage to keep my Dark Magician Girl alive. I open up some pretty solid looking cards. Though it doesn't look like these are going to be quite enough. I can set Call of the Earthbound, and switching a monster to defense mode doesn't help because this is the rare boss monster that actually has a significant defense stat. Let's go with Seraph of Darkness and Wolfang. And then we are going to have to tribute them off for the Seven's Road Magician. I could have potentially gotten in for an extra 1000 damage or 1100 by keeping Wolfang and tributing this one, but I would rather just set this guy on the field. That way if they aren't able to clear everything out, next turn I'm going to have access to a more powerful card than just having a 1500 vanilla. Or, I'm sorry, an 1100 vanilla. That just leaves me kind of vulnerable, especially with the way the Volt Condor deck works. There's a really good chance they are able to lower my monsters down to 0 attack. So having a defense vision monster is really useful, even just for Call of the Earthbound in this matchup. So I can redirect a potentially lethal attack into a safe defense vision monster and make them use a weaker monster for their actual intended purposes. Alright, so here comes the Lightning Volt Condor. That is unfortunately going to be a huge debuff to both of my boss monsters here. Is it worth playing over Dragius? Almost definitely not. If you can run Dragius in your deck, use Dragius. If you can't use Dragius, there's probably a pretty good case for Call of the Earthbound. So we see some big monsters. Oh, and here comes a Speedy Performer. 1900 is pretty big. So, like I said, Lightning Bolt Condor, we're going to have to swoosh that one over to my defense position monster. I don't want to take all of that damage. Now I'm keeping one of my two big ones because they left a Speedy Performer on board, which is not big enough. As you can see, I actually have Dark Magician Girl alive on the field, and that is able to deal 2100 damage to Speedy Performer, giving me lethal. They concede immediately. All I needed to do was go into the battle phase. Call of the Earthbound, saving the game. This Dark Magician deck is just as fun as I thought it was going to be. A huge fan of these last few games. Yeah, so I agree with Hotaru here. I would be playing Volt Condor with the Beast Summoners. But unfortunately, I did not spend any actual money on this game, so I don't have access to a third copy of Volt Condor. We opened some interesting cards once again, and we have the Widespread Ruin. Oh, thank you for following. I'm realizing now that the follow notification is stuck behind the chat, so I actually wasn't able to read the name. I'll try moving it around for the future and maybe even making it a bit bigger. Okay, so I do have the Widespread Ruin, so I am going to go ahead and bring out this 7-Zone Magician. This is still a risky play, and it may not be optimal. I'm going to go ahead with the turn 1 7-Zone Magician effect because I'm trying to fill my graveyard. In addition to getting an extra attribute in the graveyard for 7-Zone Magician on future turns, milling sets up cards like the Dark Magician Girl, if I manage to mill the Dark Magician, and also the Archfiend Summoning Flute, who needs cards like Wolfang in the graveyard. We see the opponent is going to go ahead and set. We do have the Widespread Ruin, so a single boss monster is not going to be enough to defeat 7-Zone Magician. Out comes a Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. If they have a low-level Noodle Ninja, they might be able to get high enough, but I am doubting it. My Widespread Ruin looking like it might be enough. 2700 is going to blow up, and Fire Yarrow is not nearly strong enough to defeat 7-Zone Magician. Goodbye to their boss, and they have a lone monster on the field. I draw for turn. Let's go ahead and activate my skill. Magician Shuffle, reveal Dark Magician Girl in the hand, and we grab that Dark Magician from the deck and get to immediately toss it into the bin. Now, our weakest monster is Magical Beast Wolfang, but we are going to actually tribute Gazelle because we get an extra element into the graveyard. Gazelle is an earth, and our end board is going to include as many different boss monsters as possible. So despite being the weakest, most tribute fodder card in my hand, Wolfang is actually the one I am keeping around. Mystic Dealer is a fantastic mill, as we now have a water monster too. Of course, we are potentially running into an opponent's Widespread Ruin, but they don't activate any trap cards. We swing in, and that is game. On turn number 3, thanks to the help of Widespread Ruin, destroying their boss monster. And that is actually a really good showcase of something I've been saying. More trap cards don't necessarily make the game more defensive. If I use a trap card to destroy my opponent's monster during their turn, when it gets back to me, I'm going to have a wide open field to exploit, and with only 6,000 life points, it's really easy to just blow up the opponent. Oh, I've completely forgotten. I was supposed to be saving a bunch of replays so that I could make videos on these new decks. So after this game, I am going to go into my replays, delete all of the old ones, and then go back to some of my games that we've been playing, try saving them and seeing how it works. Do I think Sakuretsu Armor would have been a better pick than Widespread Ruin? Absolutely. Letting you use a card like Volt Condor or keep a Yami Ruler in defense mode is a much more interactable form of trap than Widespread Ruin. We have what we have, so I'm going to play it, of course. I definitely see the argument for Sakuretsu. Alright, so the opponent is setting a bunch of cards, as you might expect from a turn 1 opponent. But here comes a tribute set in the middle. Now that we have more traps and spells, I find Rush Duels way harder to play than Speed. So many misplays with tributing and effect order in a good way. Yeah, definitely there is more going on. So we see a Magician Shuffle coming on out, and we have a pretty strong hand. We have 3 low-level monsters and 2 big ones to bring out. Seraph of Darkness. Oh, thank you for following, Perdomo. There is a very small argument you could make for not bringing out the 7-Sword Magician so that we are able to swing 3 times this turn, but I think it is a weak argument. Let's go ahead 7-Sword Magician, get ourselves set up. There's no shot that that tribute monster has 2700 defense, but it is a Dark Magician Girl. We do need to be careful, as once they set up their own Dark Magician, these things are going to be at 3000. Do I think Dragonic Resonance would run Widespread Ruin and Monster Reincarnation? So, Widespread Ruin is probably worth it. Monster Reincarnation, no. You can run Phoenix Dragon instead to do basically the same thing. And you want as few spell and trap cards as possible in that deck. You need to be consistently able to resolve your Dragonic Pressures and then deal your 4800 damage combo. So while Widespread Ruin could definitely be slotted in, and it might even be a more reasonable choice to include it than not to, I think even running neither is an okay and defensible choice. I think it basically comes down to either running 3 Dragonic Pressures or 2 Dragonic Pressures plus Widespread Ruin. Using my list, it has 3 of the Collapse spell, wondering if cutting 2 cards for them would be worthwhile. What's the Collapse spell? I don't remember. Oh, so did they just Witch Magician me? They did. That is quite threatening. They've got a pretty good board coming my way. It would have been very funny if they milled a Dark Magician and were able to boost my Dark Magician Girl up to 3000. Oh, but this is the classic 7th Axel Road deck. I think Axel Road, they didn't get a ton of... Oh, so... Archfiend Summoning Flute, hello. The flute here actually not doing anything though, because my opponent has no back row. Oh, but I messed up. None of these are able to deal with the witch, so I just have to summon out the Dark Magician Girl again. And these should have been set monsters. I can beat 7-Sword Magician, and then, kind of take a ton of damage on the next turn. I'm getting distracted a little bit trying to interact with chat and play at the same time, but that is a great problem to have. I definitely see I missed something. Welcome to the stream, Heather. I wouldn't say you've missed too much. I've played some Dark Magician games and a couple with Red Eyes. After this, I think, well, if there are any decks people really want to see, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll probably go ahead and move on to the Dragon deck next. Try out that Ancient Arise deck list. Rather cut pressure. Yeah, that makes sense. Is the new box out? Yes, the box came out an hour and 15 minutes ago. they ought to have cards that do what Widespread. I don't think dragons. I guess you could say Dragonic Pressure is similar to Widespread Ruin. It's not exactly the same though. Oh, okay. Dragonic Pressure, Dragonic. It might be Collapse. Especially in like other languages, you never know. Seven-Sword Magician searched and added to the hand. My board is going to get absolutely blown up here. You can see, the opponent has not set any cards. They're probably still running an old deck. So the core concept was that this deck is going to take advantage of people running slightly weaker end boards to accommodate all of the new trap cards. But if someone just goes and runs an old deck that doesn't do that, it is probably a bad matchup into a deck like Seven's Road. A beatdown. I see. Drake, get Widespread Ruin 1000% of the time. It is, if you're only picking between one of it and Reincarnation, pick Widespread Ruin. Psychics did get a few new cards. They got Giftarist, and then also the new skill, I think. I don't know if that's actually, if the skill itself is out though. It's probably like some kind of Roa event reward. Beatdown. I will try Beatdown. Okay, so still none of those good cards, huh? Flute might as well become the Dark Magician. Mystic Dealer we aren't going to use because we are going for the Seven-Sword Magician here for sure. And at least a 2100 defense point wall is going to help my life points a little bit. Only 3300, but that is enough to at least take out Seven's Road Magician. If they draw into the third one, we are going to be in trouble. Also, by getting the Dark Magician out of my graveyard, I do weaken the opposing Dark Magician girls, which we know that Sayukuka is indeed running. Speedy Performer is a psychic. That is true. I think Speedy Performer probably does go into those psychic decks, but it's probably most at home in something like a Dragius pile. Being able to boost it up and then tribute off Speedy Performer for your 5th card in hand is the optimal way to play it. I don't care much about that stuff, but the new Noodle Ninjas. That is true. The chat did have a ton of hype for the noodles. I think, I'm gonna write these down. So I think noodles are kind of the winner. Then Beatdown. Then we've got Dragon and Psychics were mentioned. So after this game, we're gonna mess with the replays just a little bit, and then we will go and build ourselves a noodle deck. See what we can cook on up. Ansler coming out over a Seven's Road Witch. Obviously here, Axel Wondersplat going to boost one of those other monsters. Probably Ansler, because if you have Ansler beat the Dark Magician, then Dark Magician Girl goes up to 2500, and then is able to beat, well, this works just as well. I think they do miss out on a couple of 100 points of damage. But, it might just be perfect lethal anyway. They have gotten me. I drew both dark magic attacks and none of the traps. I will send them over the nice. And then let's go delete my old replays, get the new ones. Should Dragonic Pressure get a limit 3? That's a tough one because the dragon, because Phoenix Dragon is already also at 3. I think it's kind of mean to take all 3 of those tools away. Favorite replays. Let's go ahead and delete some old Rush plays. I was going to make a video on the party skill, but I ended up not doing that, so all of these Mimi ones will go away. but I don't even remember which one it is. All right, I'm gonna check this one and see if it is a party replay. The cost being discard 3 dragons make it have a flaw, unlike the other limit 3s. That is true. But at the same time, I do agree with the idea that the Dragonic Resonance deck is kind of cracked. Okay, so we can get rid of that one. Let's get rid of this one as well. Mimi Mirror Match. I might want to save that one for later. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna get rid of all of these Rush Duel replays. And then we will save a few, and then we will head into the Noodle Ninja deck building lab. Ranked duels. Am I able to still save replays? Perfect. Okay. When did today start? We need the late ones. Okay. Perfect. Somewhere right around here. So 1. Save. Oh. Save. Des, and then we'll grab a couple of our Dark Magician replays as well. Alright, and that'll give us perfect space for the noodles as well for our next Meme Wednesday deck. Move over to here. Noodle Ninja time. Let's replace the farming deck with Noodle Ninjas. Unfortunately, I think we probably are not going to be running the actual Noodle skill here. Things probably work out better with just using life point gain or legend draw. And that's because Dragius is, unsurprisingly, a really good. I'm gonna slide in some Dragiuses, the Summon Skull, some Spice the Elite Noodle Ninjas, and some Innocent Lancers. That's going to be our Tribute Core. 10 is probably a lot. Let's cut 1 Innocent Lancer. Next up, we have to filter for Pyro Monsters, because those are the ones that are going to get boosted by the skill. Pyro, here we go. Fire Yarrow, of course. Oh, we only got 1 shiny one. Oh, but plenty of flavor inspectors. And then, stock as well. Maybe. We'll come back to that. Next up, filter down to the normal monsters. Perfect, right up here. I'm gonna go to the 1500 attack point normal monsters and include just 1 of all of them. This will give us a wide variety of types, but we'll max out on Gazelle. What else was I running? I know in the sample deck I was using the legend cards because of course we do want to be able to run some of those new traps. But if we're running Dragius, we can't really use Call of the Earthbound. We're gonna round things out with the Noodle Art. Pow pow. And that is our deck. We've got the Nautilus boys here. Change the active deck. And we will try this one out. Having a couple of barriers in here could also be a good idea. Alright, and I see I missed that one. Wait, forest. I do want to build a forest deck. Okay. Forest aggro. That's also going to be on the list of decks to build tonight. The cost of being discard 3 dragons makes it have a flaw. Mech Knight. Drag Resonance is the only good deck I have because Duel Links wouldn't give me any 7s red, but gave me 4 Dragius. That is a ton of Dragius. What is the Duel Links RNG doing to you? Oh no, I am sensing big connection issues if I'm having trouble even just setting a card face down. So I apologize to anyone watching any weird buffery stuttery streams. Hopefully we're able to reconnect shortly. We are going to keep Spice. Actually we do have a widespread ruin, so... Oh, but I am concerned about a heavy metal coming down and destroying me. So we are going to pass because our opponent is Roa. And heavy metal can pop me without battle. Is there any way to make Road Magic Tempest viable right now? I do need to test the Road Magic Tempest deck. I do think it's really good that you are able to set it straight from the deck. Spellcasters obviously are also a pretty good deck on their own. Seven's Axel Road has been destroying the ladder. Definitely a nice tier 1, tier 2 option. So is giving up those searches and a boost better or worth it to have super powerful position changing? The answer is maybe. Oh, we see an instant monster reincarnation. I can't imagine that means anything other than my opponent has bricked. Oh, if they unlimited Phoenix Dragon, that sounds like terrible for us in aggro decks. Imagine the Seven Sword Magician and Dragius deck being able to also slam in 3 Phoenix Dragon and have 6 copies of Dragius in the deck. That would be quite threatening. Thank you for the follow, Zake. Just received my first 6,000 with double Arise Dragon. Nice work, Grand Harrier. Oh, I am being attacked. You know what? I am gonna widespread ruin. Saving this for later is probably the right play most of the time. But we are here to be aggressive. We are going to beat them up. Summon out 2. Tribute them both for Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. Fire Yarrow onto the scene. Flip summon. Boost. Boost again. And we could summon Skill for an extra 300. So 2,500. Yeah, we might as well. I was trying to calculate whether or not it's lethal, but it doesn't really matter. I think just playing the monster is probably the right plan. Oh, and that is actually game. The Noodles supremacy. Alright, it looks like the internet connection has probably restored itself. I apologize for the delay. I think my internet just was not able to handle the strength of the Noodles. Now, I am interested in knowing what's going on the other side when I'm having these connection issues. Like, is it just buffering or is it skipping over sections of the thing? It says it's working again on my end, so hopefully it's also working for you all. I'm still trying to find the right psychic build, but I feel it's having a rough time. Yeah, I haven't gotten to test the psychics just yet. I did have a sample list to try out in my last video. Play the level 1 friends with the trap. Oh, which deck is that for, Rafflesia? Let's see here. Oh, they're running medicines. Am I going against an actual starter deck? I wonder if they miscued. Might as well power up my graveyard for later. Unless I'm milling a widespread ruin. That's no good. I just lost the best card in my deck. So Gargoyle and Royal Rebel Growl as a engine in other decks, probably not worth it. Unless you're running Tribute Boost. You could do some kind of strategy where you run the Palace Gargoyle, Growl, and the Tribute Boost skill to bring out Dragius or Seven's Road Magician for just one Tribute. And I see the internet is having more problems. Hopefully it isn't too persistent. It's constantly switching between green, yellow, and red for me. Wow, I took a ton of damage while looking over at the chat. I do have my skill, so I am going to get 1,000 of that life back. Then we can set the noodle art of Roastery. We have Monster Reincarnation if we need it. But I don't think this is a Noodle Ninja turn. This is Dragius Hour. Let's go ahead. Oh, but if I bring out the new, yeah, I should have once again. I should have set one of my monsters. I'm leaving myself with just a Dragius on board, which is pretty dangerous. It would have been really nice if I had that Widespread Ruin that I accidentally milled last turn. It's some weird skippy, herky-jerky buffering, and then for another player, it just froze entirely and had to open a new tab. So it's a different experience. Interesting. I wish that I was able to just get like a nice super powered fiber internet connection and resolve all of these problems, but those be expensive and area dependent. I wish we got 3 Roman picks. Psychics would be going crazy with the 3 Roman picks, for sure. Okay, so I think I want to bring out 1, 2, Monster Reincarnation. We're actually going to get rid of Summon Skull, believe it or not, to add Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. Then Tribute and Tribute. Gazelle comes out. Then Innocent Lancer. Unfortunately, we don't have a... If we just had one more card, we'd be able to inflict piercing damage. But here you can see why I got rid of my Summon Skull. This is a 4,400 attack point Innocent Lancer. Swing in with Dragius, and it is so over. This is over 10,000 damage. Alright, I will send them over a nice, and we'll give it another shot. And I see the connection is red again. The noodles are just too much for my internet connection. I should save some of these replays as well. Yeah, I agree with you, Red. Being able to actually attack with level 8 monsters is amazing. It makes the Red Eye skill actually playable instead of just terrible garbage. And I see I am dropping way too many frames once again. The computer, start functioning. This opening hand, obviously just a set 3 and pass kind of vibe. We'll keep 1 1500 and 1 1300 Pyro Monster, so we have options for next turns. Noodle Ninja is better than Summon Skull. It is true. 4,400 is a bigger number than 25. But no, these dropped frames are looking terrible. Okay, so only 2 Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. This is not the optimal draws, but it actually works out fine. We can Flavor Inspector, drop another 15, flip on up, and then Dragius. This will clear away their entire board. And we now have 2 Arts of a Roastery ready to go once we find a Spice. We're inflicting significant damage, clearing out the board, and overall having a pretty good turn. Gazelle attacks, and we will pass here. It means whenever the fusions happen to Red Eyes, they won't be locked if that's the skill we gotta stick with. Yeah, so that is why I did have hope. It was actually only level 7s that get locked. Because it would be weird to not be able to play the Red Eyes fusions or any big retrains. Oh, and Sundalphon, thank you. I'm glad that the video experience was able to get improved that quickly. I really appreciate the feedback. Obviously on streams like this, I can't improve my internet connection super easily, but if anyone has suggestions on layouts or things I can do to be more entertaining, feel free to let me know. And as always on the videos, feel free to leave any comments, feedbacks on things I could be doing better. Time to deck out Subaramen to get a stage up. Alright, good luck, Drake. So we see a Bunker Strike and the Triad Drago, giving them plenty of cards to dig for whatever it is they are looking for. I am probably... Oh, Ancient Arise Dragon. They do not have the big ol' combo though. They're just running it as a 3000 attack point monster. We find Spice and 2 Fire Yarrows. This person is cooked. Everybody say goodbye to Maruman, as they are about to take incredible damage. They have been noodled. Spice activates the effect, then Noodle Art of Roastery, boosting my monsters. Then a second Noodle Art of Roastery. Our Fire Yarrows are at 4,000 attack points each. They are out of here. The noodles are 3 and 0. That is incredible. I wish we could store more replays because we're trying so many different decks and I want to get good replays of all of them. Show off their powers. But I only have so many slots. I can go ahead and remove my 2 Speed Duel replays. Unlock this one, delete. Save the noodles. Alright, so let's move on to the next deck. But first, let's go ahead and make sure I haven't missed anything over in the chat. Wouldn't the Roa Trap be good in this deck because the level 1s are no... the noodles don't run any level 1s. Oh, so you're saying I could run more normal monsters instead of the 1500 monsters and then include a Fiend's Majesty? I mean, that is definitely an option. I think the more aggressive 1500s probably works out better than trying to replace all the 1500s with stuff like Babysitter Goats, just to add some extra traps in, though. The Summon Skull Retrain will be locked with it, but ultimately that's fine if we can fuse it away. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do I know the meta of Duel Links? If you're asking about Speed Duel, I have a cursory knowledge. You know, I can check duellinksmeta.com and be like, yeah, Tenyi is a deck that is performing. So maybe like a 5. If it's Duel Links, I would say I am very in tune with the meta as of 2 hours ago, but a new box did just come out, so we can't be entirely confident that things are not about to change. So I've got this deck here called With the Wind. It's not any good, but I think we are going to do a quick just game of Standard Duelist to unlock the Tempest Drive skill. Not necessarily even going to be playing that next. I just wanted to take a break and talk to the chat for a minute while we unlock some of those new skills. So yeah, Noodles 3-0. Originally when I was talking in videos, I was kind of choppy like reading a book in front of the class, but you've gotten better. Oh, thank you. Noodle meta confirmed, absolutely. More Vine Booms, also slime tutorial in the right sidebar. What is slime tutorial? I know there's the meme where people have just like Subway Surfers going on alongside their video. Is the slime tutorial something similar to that? Just finished getting 3 of every card in the box. Nice work, Hisui. What deck are you most excited to play? Are we actually on a 3-win Noodle streak? Yes. Noodles are unstoppable, tier -12. Absolutely the meta. I think that'll probably be the first one I will make a video about, because I think the Noodles actually are good now. Did I summon wind monsters? Did the deck function? Let's go take a look. Lifetime missions, scroll, 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 scroll. 4 more wind monsters. Okay. Auto duel. Ancient Dragons seem like tier 1, and I actually need to unlock the Ancient Dragon skill as well. That one I think requires playing as dragons only, so I need to go play some Dragonic Resonance games. But I want to play the new decks tonight, so Ancient Arise Dragon might have to wait for tomorrow. Or maybe we will get through all of the other decks first. Next up, we did the 3-win streak with Noodles. So either I will build a beatdown deck or a forest aggro. Which one would you guys like to see first? Having the card info. The usable space you can do things with is where the card is. Do you think you could do decent commentary on high level speed? If it's a rush duel, yes. If it's a speed duel, maybe not. CM Gaming. If you're looking for like commentators for a rush duel tournament or something, I would absolutely be interested in doing that. So let's see if we got our 4 wind monsters here. And we did. So we can go ahead and claim that skill. And I like having the card info on the right. Okay, so you're saying instead of this thingy, we could get rid of it. Oh wait, but isn't the card info on the left? Oh, okay. They corrected themselves. Yeah, I agree having the card info can be good for like new players. But this chat, I would like it to be able to be more readable. Alright, I see beatdown, forest beatdown, not forest aggro. Alright, so I think that's 3 for beatdown. So it is beetling time. We will go here and build ourselves a quick little beetle deck. Obviously we need to use the Widespread Ruin, our new Trap King's Majesty. Monster Reincarnation is going to be pretty good in this one because we have an important monster we need to constantly be recurring. Filter for those level 1 monsters, and let's get those fiends in here right away. Alongside, of course, the Roman pick. Descendant of Titans is a rare monster that actually has attack points. And then we'll grab all of the fiends. And then a Currybot, of course, incredibly, incredibly important. And then we could put Pakachu, but we don't have any level 1 beasts. So instead, we are going to go for the 1400s. Just grab all of those. And now we have a ton of level 1 monsters, so we can grab the actual start of the deck here in our Diabolic King Beetle. And then we decide on our secondary boss monster. And it's probably gotta be Dragius, right? The alternative is we could try Royal Rebels Heavy Metal. And if we run Tribute Boost, Heavy Metal can tribute a Beetle, counting as 2, and get the effect that way. So it is potentially worth trying, but Dragius has more synergy with the Beetle in general, as the boost is of course doubled for him. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we can actually afford to take out one of the non-fiend level 1s and get in another boss monster. We see Light, Dark, Wind, Water. Seven-Sword Magician not feeling quite right for this deck. So maybe we benefit from... You know what? I think I'm going to try something a little bit interesting out. So if we go with Howling Bird, and then 1 copy of Draco. So we have this Romon pick, which we are going to be using just to get more level 1s in the graveyard. But with Guitarist, we actually can now revive a boss monster off of the Romon pick. And Howling Bird is another Psychic. So let's go ahead and grab Tribute Boost, since I think that is the skill we want to be using here. Save the Beetle deck, exit out, and then we will go ahead and queue on up for the next round of Ranked. And I know I have missed some chat comments while I was looking at that, so let me go ahead and scroll on up. Beat down, beat, beat, beat. Luke with Dragons only needs 3 wins. Yeah, so Dragonic Resonance is going to be later. Burning Blaze Dragon can be used in Noodle Art boost decks. Oh, it's a fire with 0 defense. However, there aren't really any field spells, so I'm not sure quite how good that's going to be. Tribute Boost Rebel Engine. That is definitely an option, because we already have the Descendant of Titans and everything. Though I guess that doesn't really make much of a difference for Heavy Metal. Oh, we are fighting an actual Royal Rebel deck. We see Growl coming out on turn number 1, and a Summon Skull. Without any trap cards, I disagree heavily with their decisions, but unfortunately, I am going to have to respect it this time, because we are playing Beetle, and just have to pass, you know? I'm going to save the Widespread Ruin. I've set my toggle to off for now, because I don't really have a reason to destroy their monster. I want to use Widespread Ruin as a way to protect my own bosses. So we are just playing as normal, as if we don't have anything. How do I think the set impacts Beatdown? I think the deck got better, but it would have been very cool if we saw Grilled Pangolin and other 1400 defense point monsters. That way we could actually run Forest and benefit from it. Have some 1600 defense monsters when boosted by the field spell, and the Beetle would also get the boost too. So as you can see here, I didn't need the Widespread Ruin. They didn't even clear my board. And now we can actually make some plays. We have Monster Reincarnation, but we don't need it. Let's go with Howling Bird. Diabolic King Beetle, Tribute 1. Diabolic King Beetle, Tribute 1 again. Beetle, boost itself, I think. We have 4, perfect. So Beetle uses its effect. And then it's turn 4, activate the skill, Tribute Boost. Boost the one that did not use, or the one that did use the effect. Then we can tribute it. We get the Dragius because we're treating this as 2 tributes. Now it can attack twice. Then we Beetle again, and this time we boost the Dragius, who's able to attack twice. And now we battle. we take out all 3 monsters. We can't attack directly when we use this skill, but since we played our cards right, it doesn't ultimately matter. We did mill a Dragius here, which is a little bit unfortunate, but now we can pass it over to them. Heavy Metal can theoretically achieve 9k damage. For the assessment, how are you getting it to 9k? Obviously it can boost up with its effect, but I'm not familiar with the 9,000 damage plan. 7's Road, Prima Guitarna, also solid options. Hello, Sekiryute. Royal Level Grab. I was hesitant about going into the box. I play both modes, but I already have a lot of good speed duel decks. Oh, so yeah, now the game ends. I blow up the... This is why I saved Widespread Ruin. The game's over. I'm not even sure I need to play any more cards. Send over a nice... And the Beetle takes its first win. 100% win rate. Can this deck compete with the 3-for-3 Pyros? We'll grab 1 replay. I really want to get a replay where I actually use King's Majesty, since that's the major change that's happening with the new box. If I'm going to make a highlight on the Beetle, it would probably be because of that. Magician seems correct in the barrier meta. I hate Luke, how annoying. Prima Guitarna, oh, that's the classic Psychic Beetle. Less Dragius, so what they do to set 3. Oh yeah, if people are playing all of these new decks, they are less likely to have cards like Pierce, Torna, or Dragius in the deck. So the Beetle does actually get a little bit better just because the rest of the field has less ways to punish and push for damage. We are just going to be setting a few cards. The question is whether or not we set the Babysitter Goats, or if we go and just get rid of those 0 defense monsters. I think setting the Goats makes the most sense. So the way I think it works, plus minus, I think if it's the first time during the session you send a nice, it makes you confirm it. And then other than that, I think it just sends it, but I'm not sure. What do I recommend of the new box? So when it comes to Rush Duels, there are only the 2 boxes. If you haven't gotten at least 2 Dragius and 2 7's Road Magician, ignore the new box. Once you've done the first box a couple of times, then go ahead and open this one. The deck I think is probably going to end up being the best is the Dragon one. Oh, but also get that Widespread Ruin bundle for sure. Even if you don't go into the box any more than that, you definitely need to grab that Legend Trap. Okay. If you have 3 of everything, then we're probably not getting another Rush box for a month or 2. So with that being the case, absolutely go ahead and pull for some of these new cards. Am I going to be able to beat Prima Guitarna? Yes. Yeah. Guitarist has more than enough, so... Oh, wait. I don't have a Howling Bird. Okay. If I had Howling Bird, if I kept it, I would have been able to get a bit of a boost. But we don't, so we're just going to go in normally. Let's go ahead, tribute this Descendant of Titans, activate the effect of Diabolic King Beetle, and we mill Dragius again. How unfortunate. It is not worth 1,000 life points just to gain 500 attack. So we battle phase, take out Prima Guitarna, and one of the Gazelles. Presumably, if Sonata had more high-level monsters, they would have played them last turn. So I'm reading this as 3 low levels, meaning there is actually a pretty decent chance that they don't draw into a tribute. Let's go ahead and see what they do. How would I feel about Dragius? The 2 it wouldn't affect her again, but limit Dragius in other lists. So I think if they move Dragius, it should go all the way down to 1. I think 2 is being too kind to it, because now you can run, imagine being able to run 2 Dragius and 3 Yami Ruler. That just sounds really strong to me. So, I could bring out the Dragius over the Beetle here. Oh, King's Majesty. That'll be good. But I think the Beetle, we are just gonna tribute it off normally. We'll go ahead and boost up the Giftarist, do a little tribute summon, and then play Descendant of Titans, activate the Dragius' effect, enter the battle phase, and kind of just see what happens. They do have a trap card, so we do need to watch out for whatever it might be. Then we'll just go ahead and destroy this one, and let's check what it looks like. I'm not sure. Okay, 0 defense. So it's pretty likely this one's also 0. We're gonna go for it and try to get that big 3,000. Alright, and it pays off. We get in a direct attack, and let's see what's going on over in the chat. Have the bundles, perfect. The new traps are good. Yeah, so in the games we were playing earlier, Call of the Earthbound came up multiple times. Widespread Ruin has ended games immediately. Why does the new Rose Skill punish you so much for going first? I know! You are so right. I thought it was just gonna be like if you use it on the first turn, but it really is. If you just go first, you're punished for no reason. You can't even choose. Oh, and they are just going to end themselves. I could have activated the trap card here, but we don't get it. So Beetle is 2 for 2. I am gonna wait until we get a Majesty game before choosing for another saved replay. Unless we get a really good game with it. Or maybe using the Roman pick. If I make a video on Beatdown, it's gonna be because we have new showcase. I already did Beatdown during the previous meta, and there are probably other decks I should focus on first. It's a good ban list. Yeah, I think having the Dragius at limit 3 is good. Oh, it would be interesting to free up the Phoenix Dragon slots. That is an option, putting it at 2, because the Dragonic Resonance deck probably wouldn't run 3 Dragius anyway, but it'll have to, it's gonna be dependent on how good it does Ancient Arise Dragon come out. Because the Ancient Arise deck is absolutely running Phoenix Dragon as well. I'm gonna summon the Beetle. I probably could have just tried to swing with the 1000. Why do I keep milling Dragius? But whatever, we're gonna blow up this field and then see what they do on the next turn. And it looks like those all did have pretty low defense points. I could have absolutely kept the Beetle in my hand. Limit 1 would let 3 Yami Ruler and 1 Dragius. I mean, that's still better than 3 Yami Ruler and 2 Dragius, compared to the previous suggestion. Resonance feels really bad with all of this back row. Is that true? Slayer, you don't think Slayer has been enough? I don't think I've seen a single game where my opponent has more than 1 face down card. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Sandolphin. I could probably do something similar to my last video, but do like 1 replay while I discuss the deck, just so that there's gameplay in the background as well. That could be interesting. My life points are lower, so I can try to go for this Roman pick. There's still a pretty good chance it whiffs, but I guess let's just wait and see what happens. Roman pick is gonna get me 3 cards milled, and if I find a Giftarist, we would just like win. Unfortunately, we do not. Did we just mill 2 more high-level monsters? And my other 2 Dragias? That is possibly the worst it could have gone. Alright, let's tribute off Roman pick here. And Diabolic King Beetle. Oh, and of course the next card was a Psychic. They were both Psychics. Can you believe that? If I had just used my Beetle first, I would have gotten to recover a card. Let's head into the battle phase and see what we can do. Salvaging this game is going to be incredibly difficult. I think we do have Monster Reincarnation, so that is possibly our only hope. All 3 Dragias are down. All 3 Diabolic King Beetle are down. A Giftarist is down. There's only 1 high level left in the entire deck. I saw Sparks for the first time in what felt like years, but more like months. I'm not sure what Sparks is doing in that person's deck list. Yeah, the one thing I do wonder about trying to put the deck list in just like 1/3 of the screen is whether it's going to be visible on phones. Yeah, I guess it's not too different than if these cards were just on the bottom of the deck. Though, actually, that would still have been better for me because it would mean I was milling level 1 monsters instead. We do find the final Giftarist. I set, and I set. I don't have any Psychic monsters with me, so Giftarist is not gonna do anything. We pass turn. And we actually probably are gonna get to the bottom 3 cards of my deck. I only have 10 left. What is my Psychic count looking like? Howling Bird, Howling Bird. Looks like there should be 1 more. So maybe we somehow managed to get through this. Oh, what if they actually Royal Rebel Shout me? If they could, okay. They actually could have used Shout to remove my final high-level monster, which would have been quite interesting. That part's fine. And then we will Widespread Ruin. We're gonna destroy 1, get rid of this attacking monster, and then we're gonna try to draw into Monster Reincarnation. We don't quite get there though, so we just have to go ahead and set a monster. We set and pass turn. Maybe I should have saved the Widespread Ruin. But I don't really think I can deal with more than 1 heavy metal at a time. It will be on phones. Yeah. Oh, here comes Rocker to revive the heavy metal once again. Oh, they actually go for the Summoned Skull. That makes quite a bit of sense as well. Here comes Summoned Skull. They've got 2 big monsters ready to blow up my board once again. I will draw a card and it does not help me. I can do nothing but set 2 and pass it over. This is, oh, it's not that it wouldn't be visible on the phone. It's that it would be too small to really make out what cards are actually in the deck list. Alright, so we do get the Monster Reincarnation. So Currybot, activate the effect. Let's grab this back. Currybot out. And then what? I could get the Roman pick, which would be kind of funny. But I think the Beetle offers the biggest boost for sure. So, Monster Reincarnation. Ditch a card. Grab the Beetle. And then we just lose. Not too much we could have done here. Yeah, I guess, okay, if this was Roman pick, we would have had 2 Giftars at like 28, which is definitely not enough. Oh, and there's the King's Majesty, of course. Boosting this up, activate Tribute Boost. We tried our best, but the Beetle was not able to get there this game. Let's go ahead and swing in. They probably have a trap, so we destroy what we can, and that'll end it. Oh, right, there is a way. Yeah, I could just move this thing over to the side. That's a really good point. Thank you, Sandalphon. That is a pretty good suggestion. Alright, so they are taking a little bit of time to summon out their monsters. They could just swing in for game, of course, but they want to show off their final hand. And that was 3 games with the Beetle, so it is probably about time to switch things up once again. I think that makes it time for the Forest. Try to get this beast engine in gear. So the Beetle actually felt a little bit worse than Pyro's, which I think means Pyro really is an actual deck. Because Beetle was already like on the fringes of society, like it was a playable deck. And if the Beetle is way better, oh, we could actually run the new warriors. We do have the Piercing Samurai and such. Find those warrior monsters. I will run an Umegumi. 3 Piercing Samurai, 3 of you, 3 of you, 3 of you. Filter, filter, traps, spells. Grab a Widespread Ruin. We have 2,500. Oh, but we don't need the barrier when we have a better version in Dark Ruler Battle Slash. I think we probably are going to do we'll probably do Forest, but I want to get this deck built anyway. So now we can oh, we need Seraph of Darkness for sure. That has 8,000 attack. And then 4 slots left. I guess that means it's Currybot. Unless we cut the Celtic Guardians and go for the Aqua package. That seems a little bit better. Or the Beasts. 1, 2, 3. Oh, but we don't have enough normals. Okay. I think the winner is going to be Seahorse Carrier. Once I can find it. 700. There it is, and then one of the 1400s. I think this looks... Oh, we're missing the Bonded Bowing spell. Alright, fine, fine. Add in a Bonded Bowing. We'll just go with Currybot. It's fine. And then what? Oh, it's just Celtic Guardian at 14. Okay. Or Thunder to Thunder. Yeah, that seems good. And then we go over to Dark Arts of Celerity. And this deck is built. But I want to get that forest aggro in. We will be running all of the little beasties. How long do we have to wait for Roman's new skill? If it's not already out, it should be in 3 hours, roughly. Maybe a small Growl and Gargoyle package. Oh, I also do need to run the Royal Rebels at some point. But first, we got beasts. 3 Gazelle, 3 Silver Wolf, 3 All-Seeing White Tigers, 3 Pakachu. Oh, let's run Tempest. Let's go ahead and we'll make this a Yuga deck. We're going to try Benderbeak, save whatever, copy deck to another deck. We'll go over to Yuga, Dragon Casters, or Axel Road. Let's just get rid of the 7th Axel Road. That's a really easy deck to rebuild. What I got from my... Oh, what did you get from the pack, Darkness B? Now where is this new Tempest Drive skill? Alright, here we go. So it can only be spellcasters and beasts, and I can search for any wind monster and set Road Magic Tempest straight from the deck. So we've got plenty of beast monsters. Let's get in forests, and we also need those Road Magic Tempests. And we'll do 2 copies of forest, probably just 1 copy of forest realistically. And then the barrier is not actually enough. So we could run Call the Earthbound theoretically, but this is probably way too many spells and traps. This deck is absolutely going to be a broken mess that does not do anything. But let's filter the spellcasters and see what we can build. I think we need dealers, absolutely, for sure. And then we have wind, water, light, earth. I guess another dark would actually be pretty good. Beast Summoner can bring out those Benderbeaks for free. So we've got light, water, wind, earth, dark. We are missing a fire attribute, so we could put in a 1 Wolfang. And this is what we are going to be trying out. Howdy, True Nade. Oh, why was it not letting me type? Howdy dowdy, True Nade. Let's save the deck and see if Tempest Drive is able to do anything. It is time for Bend or Break. And I'm expecting this deck is going to be doing a lot of breaking, not functioning. How long do... Okay, Bonded Bowing, even though you already max leveled Gavin. I mean, if you like the Warrior deck, having the Prismatic copy may not be too bad. Get those extra assessment points. Any cards that benefit from discard so you can slot in to handle the silly high spell trap count. Actually no. I don't think any spellcasters do. Alright, so we've got our wild and wonderful deck. What even is the skill activation requirement for me again? Do I just get to do it every turn, or do I need to have a monster on the board? Alright, they set a card. It's my move. Beast Summoner. This is not looking great. I'll summon a tiger. Alright, and we do. So I boost my monster, and then I get to set a card from the deck. I would love to set a Road Magic Tempest. I will choose the not prismatic one. And then I don't have any spellcasters, or level 7 ones. So we're going to set a card. And we are going to keep the wind so we can get another Tempest next turn. Let's go ahead and blow up one monster and see how it goes. I am leaving myself open, obviously, to taking a big counterattack here. But I did get to thin my deck, so maybe it isn't too bad. There is one requirement. I need to have a wind monster on field in order to be able to search out the Tempest. Oh, yeah, so the Darkness, you couldn't have gotten Dragias from that character pack. It was only the gate drop stuff. So your best possible cards were like Phoenix Dragon, maybe, stuff like that. Alright, so it is up to 2600. They are running those Ancient Forces. Once Ancient Arise Dragon comes out, it's going to be popping my monster. Yeah, it was not a very powerful giveaway reward. It was just to help you get a prismatic copy of the card. Which is, it's just shiny cardboard to make the players feel a little bit better. Do I need 3 Speedy Performer, or am I good with just 1? My gut feeling says that Speedy Performer is not going to be a meta-defining card because it's awkward and you need to really be running a lot of level 5 and 6 monsters to make it good. I could be wrong, but that is my gut impression. Alright, so this time we do actually have plenty of options here. Wait. I messed up. I only have 1 beast. I needed to play both All-Seeing White Tigers so that I would have been able to, so I can use Pocket Chew. So I don't actually get, because I messed up, I'm not gonna get to go off this turn. Learning mistake. Well, let's just do what we can, I guess. I should have kept the Beast Summoner, and I would have been able to use Pocket Chew, and I would have had a free Beast Summoner. So we tribute these two. Let's go ahead and set that Road Magic Tempest using Tempest Drive. And then we can change battle position with Tempest, but we do not need to. Let's go ahead and try to beat over this Clear Ice Dragon, see if we get hit by any trap cards. We don't, which is nice. And then Twin Edge Dragon is kind of threatening, so we're going to take that one out as well. The issue is I'm only at 3,700 life points, and Ancient Arise Dragon can destroy Seven Sword Magician for free. So if they bring out the boss monster, I'm super dead this turn. And with a Triad Drago, I think they are going to be able to find a big monster. Speed scales badly compared to the rest of Royal Rebels. Or maybe you're talking about Raid Raptors. There's no way to know. They gave the Dream Pack just to say that they gave something. Yeah, I think it is too early for the Rush Dream tickets. Though I would like to be able to grab that 3rd Volt Condor. Or maybe even just the Torna. Yep, so Ancient Arise Dragon coming out. That's 3,000 to the face. Any low level monster ends the game. So as expected, I got a speedy defeat running Tempest Drive. We are going to run it back 2 more times. I'm giving every new deck 3 games of highlighting. I mean, you're not wrong. I think getting like... I think they should add a dream ticket to those like daily login rewards, the ones that you go like each month they give you a new thing. But yeah, Dragius and the Ancient Arise Dragon completely destroy me. I'll send them over the nice. And we will try out another round of Tempest Drive. And then let me add to my list Warriors, Psychics. Maybe we figure out a way to do Arise Dragons. Alright, we're up against a Mimi player. Mimi herself didn't really get any new cards. So we'll have to see if they're running just the traditional Cure Master aggro, or if they're trying new cards, maybe using one of those archive skills like the Black Dragon one. Alright, enjoy your meal, Sandalphon. Thank you so much for coming by. Alright, so it is an Aqua deck. We see Party 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 for those extra heals. And we actually we have Beast Summoner and we have Bender Break, but we actually still can't do it because they don't have any Tribute Summon monsters on the board. So we are here just summoning out some monsters. Let's bring the Tempest Drive skill. Can go ahead and activate. We'll boost All Seeing White Tiger. We'll set a Tempest from the deck. And then I guess we will Tribute Summon. I did very much consider putting this in face down defense position to play against a Dragonic or a Widespread Ruin, but it looks like they don't actually have any trap cards. Oh, but they do now. Ah, it's Music Princess's Recital, and I messed up. I did not play around it, so now they get to oh, but they can't actually use Seahorse Carrier's effect unless they draw another one, because it's only during the turn that it's normal summoned. So it's not too big of a deal unless they top deck another Seahorse Carrier. They are switching to attack mode, so I suspect that they did find a Dion Keto. Yep, and exactly as planned, it is a Dion Keto coming out. I didn't say Dion Keto was bad, I just said they didn't get any new cards. Tigers, empty multiple Pachu Tempest. Oh, I see. Alright, so this was a Disco Fever deck. I am definitely going to redirect that attack away from my Bender Break. Force them to crash the Lamoon if they want to clear my board. And they do go for it. Fair enough. I draw for turn. This is fine, actually. So we have no waters. So we'll just go ahead, tribute the Mystic Dealer, and then bring out my other 2 monsters. We'll have more than enough attack points on the 7-Sword Magician to take advantage of this. But what if they have another Recital? If they have another Recital, I am in trouble, but I need to go for this push anyway. It's a ton of damage. I think this is right. They probably do have a Recital, which is unfortunate. Huh. I wonder if there's a way I could have used Tempest here. I don't think so. Not well, anyway. So, John, it took me 9,000, it probably was 11,000 gems total for all of, to do a full 3 runs. Because I started at 10,000, spent all of those, and then, oh, no, it was probably closer to 12,000. So it took about 12,000 gems to do all of them. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I'm just blowing up on this turn. This is just, they got the triple threat thunder. Alright, so, that was 2 losses in a row. I have been giving every other deck 3 games, but I was not looking forward to Tempest Drive that much. Eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed it was conspicuously missing from my 10 decks to look forward to video, and it expectedly did not perform very well. So next up, we are going to go over to the Psychic deck. I'm sorry, the Warrior deck. It's Gavin time. We are going to prepare our celery and make our opponents eat their vegetables. So, Warriors are up next. Let's see how they do. Recital seems good in Aqua. You keep the Dion Keto on board and keep getting life points. Yeah, I think it definitely worked out for them. And Recital, it's harder to play around because if there's only the one monster, there's just the one monster. Unless I really want to give up the potential to swing in and be aggressive, there's not much I can do. Alright, so not a perfect opening hand, but it is good enough. I'm getting Yami Ruler onto the board, and I am going to delay Directive. So as long as this isn't the Tempest Drive deck here to laugh at me with their Bender Break getting special summoned, we should be able to stall them out for a turn, then Kime Ruler, and make some aggressive pushes. One deck to give a disapproving sideways glance to, and it's just, that'd be a fantastic video title. I might have to steal that. Okay, so they do in fact just set 3. So we're gonna go ahead 1, 2, Kime Ruler it up. And this time we are tributing the Yami Ruler. So the plan here is we're going to chain consecutive Yami Rulers. So first we have to bring out the Kime Ruler because Yami Ruler does block you as well. Then we're going to go ahead and tribute off the Seraphs of Darkness. Switch Yami Ruler to defense mode once again. Then we Kime Ruler, mill a card, Thunder the Thunder, not a bad mill. Swing in 2,500 and pass it over. Alright, and now we have the Piercing Samurai to follow it up. If we have 3 monsters on the field, we can give our Kime Ruler Piercing. Let's go ahead, toss a face down, and start our battles. We'll swing into this one. It's just the feeling I got that this one's going to have low defense. Nope, it had 1,000. Oh, but so did that one. And let's see what the final door number 3. So I actually did pick the one with the lowest defense. They just actually had some pretty solid defensive measures. Good stuff pile. That is, yeah, just aggro, beast aggro is a potential, another potential deck for us to try out. So we see they are going for an offensive strategy this turn. I let off the Yami Ruler, and they must have something ready to stop me. Now the scary thing is that even without Lightning Shift, Volt Condor does run several dark attribute bosses. So they could theoretically just choose to swing, just discard a Darkness Crested Hawk and debuff my entire field. So this is the attack, this is the barrier. And since I have a level 8, I can also destroy a spell or trap if they go for it. They do not though. So Warriors get a quick win. And we got to see Piercing Samurai putting in some work. Game number 1 of the Warriors are down. Overall though, I'd still say I think Pyro Supremacy is easily the most fun deck that we have played so far. And that's something, because I thought Dark Magician was going to be so much fun. And it was, but the Pyro deck is just another level. Alright, we are up first again, and we get a very similar opening hand, giving us access to Yami Ruler, the Dark Delayer. And what else do we need? Let's go ahead, summon him out. And we'll even set our non-des. Our set monster is going to have 100 less defense than the Seraph of Darkness. But if they do just set 3 and pass on the next turn, we are going to be able to potentially double Yami Ruler them. But we are against a Luke deck, so we need to be careful because they can just Ancient Forces and blow right past Yami Ruler. Check it out, Clear Ice Dragon, that is going to be 2600. Unfortunately, we don't stop very much when they are able to just beat over us with 6 of their 1 tribute monsters. If this was any other deck, I think we'd basically be in an extremely powerful winning position. And of course, Burning Blaze Dragon heading into the graveyard. Yami Ruler goes down, but it looks like they didn't put much else out. This is a terrible set of draws, unfortunately. All we can do is summon Umegumi, which has just 100 more attack. So I'm going to need to play around cards like the Barrier by switching Clear Ice Dragon to defense mode and weakening it. It's only a 100 point damage loss, but it can pay dividends. You can see they had the option to activate a trap there, but they chose not to. So it probably is not Widespread Ruin, but it very well could be the Barrier or something else. Phoenix Dragon coming out, and that's going to let them recycle their big monsters. Burning Blaze Dragon is a 1 tribute. Oh, okay. You see, I thought they were trying to get a Burning Blaze Dragon, but they actually just discarded one to gain access to a Clear Ice Dragon. Perhaps they actually do want to take advantage of the effect that shuffles my monsters away. Warriors looking really good. New trap and a piercing monster. Celerity is a simple but good skill. I agree. I think we do run into potential issues with this matchup. And we'll have to see if 7XL Road continues to be a popular deck. But, we can see this being very good against those aggro decks. It was already a strong deck that was definitely being underrepresented on the ladder. So now with the new support, we might see it get to the spot where it really deserves to be. So I'm losing both of my non-des. Interesting that they're giving me back my low levels. I wonder if it was just more that they wanted their own Phoenix Dragon. Here comes Dragius, of course. I'm not going to use my trap here, as it is only 400 attack and would not make too much of a difference. I would rather keep it for later. Alright, looks like it is my move. Hopefully we find some low levels. And this is terrible. We literally cannot do anything but pass the turn and let Neo Blue take us out. Unfortunately, we just drew too many high-level monsters, too many spell and trap cards. Royal Rebels were able to take out your Dragonic Resonance. Did they just get too many heavy metals, or what was the issue? Yeah, so if either of those battle slashes were actually widespread ruins, that game would have gone completely differently. I am running it, right? I want to make sure I didn't accidentally forget widespread ruin, just to run the battle. No, okay, it is there. All right, so we'll give the warrior deck one more shot. We are currently at 1-1. Oh, and a King of Games level Roa. Here comes Sloth on a win streak. Will this be a Royal Rebel deck or not? Looks like we are up first, but unfortunately this time we did not find the good old Yami Ruler. We do have a trap to protect our Kime Ruler though, so it might be worth bringing him out. Umegumi, not really relevant, so we are going to tribute set him, and then we're just going to put Kime Ruler in attack mode. We are sending it. We are saying, hey, Roa, you are not going to summon that turn 1 heavy metal on me. We are fine. It's going to be okay. This is definitely a potential game loser. We see Rocker coming right on out. And a Gargoyle. Here comes Heavy Drive, which I believe is able to set up the Rocker. However, after using Rocker, they are not able to attack me directly. So we are safe. We're going to lose our boss monster, but that's all. So ultimately, it works out just fine. I bricked a little bit and they used heavy metal's effect on Dragius. Yeah, if you only have a Dragius, that is going to be rough. For sure. Alright, let's see what we have. This is definitely good enough to get there. We bring out 1, 2, and 3. Then we need to use Seraph of Darkness. So what we're going to do is not is just not tribute it. Oh, but I could have actually, so I forgot I had Celery. I could have actually kept Nondes and popped off a little bit harder. Unfortunately, Seraph of Darkness is not a warrior, so I'm not going to use the effect to attack directly this turn. This was entirely my mistake. I could have played this better, destroyed heavy metal, drawn an extra card, and dealt the damage. But we are learning. It's a new deck, new card. I definitely have not played Seraph of Darkness in physical rush duels either. And unfortunately, we somehow get hit by the Ghost Cyclone. Oh, okay. Right. It can always be used when they don't have any monsters, but they can't draw the card, which is the important part. So this happens, and do they get to mill another heavy metal? Oh, here comes a Growl. Unfortunately, that is going to work. We lost our Battle Slash. So our board is getting taken out. We do have the Bonded Bowing for later, though. So if we are able to get into a Yami Ruler, we can still turn this around. We are going to take a little bit of damage. Have I tried Royal Rebels yet? No. Somehow that has completely escaped my list of things to do. So let me write that down. Royal Rebel. And we do get the Yami Ruler. So it's Piercing Samurai time. Piercing Samurai time. Then tribute 1. Tribute 2. Bring out the Yami ruler. We are going to be rotating our Yami ruler to draw a card. Currybot not going to do very much for us. Rotate again. Set some trap cards. Set another one. Then we activate Celery. Eat your vegetables. Summoned Skull. Battle phase. And let's take it out. Alright, so now we have 2 Dark Ruler Battle Slash to protect us from the opponent. Unfortunately, this probably is not enough. If they summon a Heavy Metal, we lose the Yami Ruler. Because it's able to just pop it with the effect. Luckily, if they go with the Rocker, they once again are not going to be able to attack us directly. Oh, but they're just going for a Growl. I mean, same thing, but now they're going to actually get to deal some solid damage. I definitely respect the line, especially if they do still have a Heavy Metal in hand. Yeah, I don't need to... The 400 doesn't do anything. So it's our turn now. And we find more low levels. Oh, I had Yami Ruler lock them. Right, I completely forgot. Okay, so Thunder the Thunder. Nondes. Seraph of Darkness. Now we need a Yami Ruler, but we need to choose carefully what we actually do. I think I want to keep Nondes. That way I can perform the lock again. Keeping those heavy metals away from me seems pretty important. So let's go ahead and activate the effect. Then Nondes will switch it back to attack mode. Make Growl eat its vegetables for sure. Set the widespread ruin and head into battle. We finally get to inflict some damage. We have Yami Ruler, so we're protected against heavy metals this turn. We have plenty of powerful trap cards set on the field. This could be where we finally turn the game around. We have used all 3 of our Piercing Samurai, unfortunately. Oh, and here comes a Hammer Crush. Let's see which one they'd go to destroy. I think if I was them, I probably would have aimed for the Widespread Ruin because I never activated this card. I would have used Widespread Ruin already if I had it. So, and they are just setting 2 monsters. Interesting. I think we have a good shot to push here. Let's go ahead and bring out the Kime Ruler. No need to activate the effect. We are running dangerously low on cards in the deck. So we need to enter the battle phase, swing in, and unfortunately Widespread Ruin is going to make this a bit difficult for us. Because we didn't get damage and we only have 4 cards left, they have a pretty good chance of winning by just setting 3 monsters and doing nothing. It looks like there are ways to play around the new traps. I think that is good. As long as there are, like, if the traps are making you play differently, then they're doing their job. They don't need to always be winning the game. And Shout actually ends the game. I have 4 cards left in deck, and I am losing both of my remaining cards. That'll do it. Allow me to explain. We must draw until we have 5 cards. Perfect taunt to toss out there. I will definitely send them the like. So Warriors go 1 and 2. Not sure if that was a bad matchup thing, or maybe just misplaying. Or could have even just been some awkward draws. It says I have 126,000 dropped frames over the course of the stream. I guess the Starter deck. Well, I don't really like overwriting the starter deck. Okay, so Dark Magician, we're going to copy over to somewhere else first. Because I don't want to lose it. Copy this deck to another deck. Yeah, we can get rid of the Disco Fever. And now we're going to do our own Royal Rebels build. Unfortunately, I do not have the Rebel Beat skill, which is the one that I wanted to use. Oh, the Blue Eye skill could be better now. With trap cards, the odds of surviving until turn 10 is a lot higher. That is a good point. So since we don't have Heavy Metal Beat, we can just go for Heavy Drive. The 1400 and higher can only be Fiends. So let's start by grabbing Fiend monsters. Here we go. And we're going to be running 3 Heavy Metal, 1 Summon Skull, 3 Growl, 3 Rocker. Then we need light effect monsters. So Gargoyle, Shout. The Curry Bot's probably going to come in handy here. So then we can check light monsters. Thunder the Thunder is not level 4 though. So the only other option's Luminous Parrot. Probably not worth it. So let's go to the spells and traps. Let's do a Widespread Ruin for sure. We've got a 2500, so the barrier could be pretty good. But I'm gonna go with Music Princess's Recital, because with all of these tribute monsters, I think there's a good chance we only end on like one tribute summon monster, if you know what I mean. Monster Reincarnation could be good, but we already have Rocker to do a very similar role. So now we just need monsters with under 1400 attack. So we could go for the Beast Engine. We could go for the Light Aquas. I'm not sure what the best option here is to round out my deck. I mean, we do need tribute fodder as much as possible, so I think Light Aqua is the winner. Let's find Seahorse Carriers. Give me a couple of those 1400s. And we can toss a 1200 in for good luck. And I guess this is a start. I definitely would prefer to be playing Rebels Beat, but we will see how this one goes. If you level up Row, I do actually have the skill ticket, but I want to unlock the skills naturally to see if I get gems if I own all of the skills in the game. Alright, so Roa with Royal Rebels is up next. Let's see how it goes. Shout is getting surprising results. This stream, yeah, I think it's come up twice where Shout just discarding my hand would screw me over. Once by deck out and once by discarding my tribute monster. Alright, Hinome, let's see what you've got. I do not have any heavy metals in hand, but we'll see what they do. Oh, I didn't include any piercing options. And I don't have Seraph of Darkness either. Oh, I can't use the Seraph of Darkness because despite being fiends, these are light monsters. Completely forgot. I wonder if Torna... No, you can't run Torna because it is limited 3 and so is Heavy Metal. Oh, a turn 1 Dragius. That is not a good plan, buddy. I am sorry, but you're about to die. Palace Gargoyle. Activate the skill. I increase the level of the Gargoyle. And then I get to send Heavy Metal straight to the graveyard. Let's grab Growl. This destroys whatever the lowest monster is, right? The lowest level. Okay. Growl's effect activates. Let's weaken the Dragius here. Kana. Rocker. Rocker's effect revives heavy metal. I can't attack directly, so I should have actually kept the Kana probably. So I could have it nice and set safely on my field. But I'm contributing a level 5 or higher monster for heavy metal. So this destroys it. And then gains a bunch of attack points. And then we swing in for over 3,000. That is definitely more than if we just attacked normally. Thoughts on Ancient Arise Dragon? I haven't had the chance to test the deck yet, but I think it is probably the best new card in the box. I haven't unlocked the skill for it, so we haven't played it yet on stream, but I'm definitely going to be testing Ancient Arise Dragon very soon. If you check my latest YouTube video, it's the first one I cover, because it's the one I'm most excited to try out. But I think it should be good. It should be quite powerful. I'm pretty sure I've lost to every Ancient Forces player I've come up against on the ladder tonight. Prima Gatarna, they are paying 1,000 to get over this board, which I'm okay with. They only have so many life points to use. Let's see what we find next. I draw a card and we find enough. I think this is enough. Currybot, unfortunately not going to get to use the effect. Shout comes out. It is a level 4, so we get to use the skill. And we don't have to return a card because we didn't go first. So level 5, here we go. Send a card from the deck to the graveyard. No thank you. Royal Rebels Growl, tributing the level 5 monster. Let's go ahead and activate this effect. We are going to once again be weakening Prima Gatarna. Then we bring out heavy metal. And unless that's a negate attack or widespread ruin, heavy metal should be obtaining the win. Let's go ahead and set our own widespread ruin for protection and see what happens. Severing Psychic Wall, not going to be enough. And no trap. Game, set. 3,200 points of damage. Heavy metal's making the moves. Ba-ba-bum, ba-bum. Alright, let's see if the Royal Rebels can keep it up. This skill is obviously way better when you go second. If you have to return a card from your hand to the deck every single time, just because you lost the coin flip at the start of the game, it goes from a free level 5 monster to a terrible skill, probably. But we are going second again, so let's see how it goes. We see heavy metal and growl. If we get another low-level monster, we will be set. And of course we have the Music Princess's Recital, as our current board looks like it might just be ending on one monster. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, so... Oh no, the dropped frames have risen from 126,000 to 142,000. Sounds pretty bad. We managed to find a low-level monster. Perfect. Definitely setting this one. And then we might as well just bring out the heavy metal. Now, there was another argument that I should have played the Growl and kept La Moon around. Because then I would have been able to do 2 attacks, and I wouldn't lose as hard to a widespread of ruin. So, learning. I am learning as we play. I think Growl plus the Lamoon was the better field. I'm still waiting for maximums, and with lots of 7 characters, we should get to the first maximum user. Yeah, so I think the next character is probably going to be Nail Saionji, who is a maximum user. So probably in just a couple of months. Alright, so we see a Summon Skull out on the field. But do they have another out? If they use Thunder the Thunder, I'm going to be able to use Music Princess's Recital to keep my heavy metal safe. Those other 2 monsters aren't strong enough. But here comes a Recovery Force, giving them the opportunity to draw a second high-level monster. They are comboing. They're betting it all on this next draw. Let's see what they get. But it is not a high-level monster, so they attack. And Music Princess's Recital saves heavy metal for this turn. The other 2 monsters are forced to sit and watch, as they are powerless to stop my Royal Demon. Now, Seahorse Carrier takes the stage and activates its effect. I return Lamoon to my hand. Palace Gargoyle comes on down, and then I can activate its effect. I discarded the Lamoon, I added back to my hand to increase its level. Next, I tribute my level 5 Palace Gargoyle for Royal Rebel Growl and set my trap face down. Growl's effect activates and lowers the attack of Summon Skull, and I will head into the battle phase. Let's see if it works. Heavy Metal attacks Summon Skull. I probably didn't need to do all of that. Leaving the Seahorse Carrier in attack mode is definitely a misplay. I could have just used my skill instead of the Seahorse Carrier line, had a Defense Vision monster. I'm pretty sure that their set card is just the Barrier, so it hasn't come up yet because the 400 boost has not been enough. I do still have my Music Princess's Recital, so depending on their attack order, I could be keeping one of my strong monsters around. So you had the game lock immediately. Wait, okay, I'm missing something. You have Currybot and can add another low-level monster. Do you think Dragonic Resonance or the new Luke skill will be better? I think that is a tough question to answer. I think those probably will be the 2 best decks. Ancient Arise Dragon, being able to destroy a card like Dragias for free is so powerful. But Bunker Strike offers incredible consistency, and those Dragonic pressures into the Sports Dragons are hard to compete with. Not even the Ancient Forces deck can really do what Dragonic Resonance does. Because it boosts the level, you get those 4,800, those 4,000, those 5,000 attack point turns. Alright, so they are unfortunately going to take out my Heavy Metal this time. Second time is the charm. But I don't mind it. I'm keeping my Growl, who's able to deal with Dark Sorcerer, but they do have that face down card. I have to be wary about it. Oh, but it looks like I got a Rocker. Let's bring out Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect once again. We are adding Lamoon, the Party Princess, to my hand. Then we are going to tribute off Seahorse Carrier for Royal Rebel's Rocker. Rocker activates its effect, and I add Heavy Metal to the hand. However, I cannot attack directly this turn. I summon Lamoon so I can tribute it off once again. So, Heavy Metal, tribute off 2 monsters. Then Seahorse Carrier. I could activate the effect, but I don't need to. Ending with a Lamoon in hand does not seem useful, so instead I tribute summon the Summon Skull. I set Widespread Ruin and activate the effect of Royal Rebel's Heavy Metal. I destroy Dark Sorcerer and increase my attack all the way up to 4,000. And though I can't attack directly for a game, this is going to mean I am beating the 7's Road Magician unless I get hit by a Widespread Ruin or a Princess Recital or a Barrier. They don't activate anything, so I pass here. And I still have Widespread Ruin on my field. Even if they find a powerful monster, this game feels so over. I don't think there is anything they can do to make this comeback. Yeah, they are ending here. And I have another growl. I think we just do that and we proceed to battle afterwards. Those trap cards haven't come in yet, so let's fight and find out if they make a difference this turn. It's their last shot to do anything. Do I think the Dragonic Resonance list will change much because of the new packs? Probably not. If you've already invested in Dragonic Resonance, I think you can take your deck as is. If you're running 2 Slayer and 2 Phoenix Dragon, you can probably just head into the ladder and start beating everybody up. You could add Widespread Ruin, but other than that, I don't think there are really any new cards for Dragonic Resonance specifically. You don't want to run a ton of traps because you're trying to get those Dragonic pressures off as often as possible. So maybe toss in Widespread Ruin, but other than that, Dragonic Resonance is just as good as it was before. You think there is a 30-second delay? Yeah, I am responding to chat when I see it, so it's possible there is a delay in the stream, so I don't see the chat comment immediately. The best way to tell is when you type something in chat, it should show up in the top left corner. So if you're seeing about 30 seconds between when you hit enter and when it shows up on my screen in the top left, that is delay. This is because my internet connection has been a little rough recently, so it is not going at full steam ahead. So I am going first this turn, which is quite unfortunate. We do have Music Princess's Recital, but that's not enough. Because I am going to have multiple monsters on the board. And by the way, thank you for following Drake Tamer. That's a pretty fun sounding username. Are you a fan of the Dragon decks by any chance? And we just get hit by an immediate Dragonic Pressure. No way. And they have both Sports Dragons, but they don't have another Tribute Monster. Okay. I was going to say, that is ridiculous. We have a Music Princess's Recital. But this can only cycle the high levels. So this is really awkward. We could destroy one of the monsters, but then they just can use the effect again. I think it's worth it. I want to destroy this one, so if it gets summoned again, it's stuck in defense mode. And I can potentially lock them out of attacking with low-level monsters. So attacking is still worth it, and I do have the 2 Music Princess's Recitals to help me out. More like a minute for you. I'm sorry about the stream delay. Hopefully it doesn't affect things too much. I am always trying my best to interact with the chat when I see things. Yeah, so what do I do now? I could bring out the heavy metal, but is there really a purpose? Destroying a monster when I wouldn't have anything else to work with doesn't really do much. So let's just go ahead and try popping some more monsters. Okay, they do have a trap at this time. They didn't last turn. That's important to note. Alright, and we're destroying a curry bot. Interesting. Two Phoenix, the Water Dragon can recycle it. We were talking about Dragonic Resonance at the time. But in any case, I think you still want 2 Phoenix anyway. For Ancient Forces, my tribute list would be 3 of the fire low level, 3 of the water low level, 3 Ancient Arise Dragon, and Dragius. That's already 10 tribute monsters. You don't need multiple Dragius. Alright, so Dragius is coming on in for the multi-attack. However, I have the Widespread Ruin to instantly end it. Yeah, so they don't have any... These hands have just not been kind to me. Yeah, I have no choice but to tribute here. I could summon a heavy metal. And I do have 3 Music Princess's recitals. But this just feels so wrong. Especially if I get hit by a Widespread Ruin and then I don't have anything to protect me. I guess I attack. Yeah, I definitely do need to learn more about improving like the stream overlays, getting bots. But I've been live for 3 hours and 7 minutes. I guess it'll probably be about a minute later by the time you actually hear it. Duel Links forced you into it because it only gave you the dragon stuff and nothing else. That seems to be a pretty common experience. I know a couple of people who also play dragons just because it's the cheapest thing that they were able to build. Which is interesting though, because it is still just the best deck. So it's not too bad that, like, it's not a terrible situation to be in. Like, oh no, I'm only able to play the best deck. It's terrible. So I have a billion princess recitals, so my heavy metal is not going anywhere. But hopefully I can draw some low levels. Alright, there we go. A Seahorse Carrier, that's a start. Palace Gargoyle, sure. Activate the skill. I'll go ahead and activate the skill. I increase the level of my Palace Gargoyle. I'll return one of my heavy metals into the deck. Why not? Seahorse Carrier, come on out. Use the effect. Give me another monster. Then we tribute summon a heavy metal. And we're going to be able to use the effect. Let's go ahead and activate it. Pop and gain some attack points. Then we set this, and we do want to try to actually get in for damage. We didn't use Rocker, so we should be able to attack directly. Let's go ahead and tribute off Kana and battle. Swing into that defense position monster, see what they go for. They could have a barrier. They've had some kind of trap card that they haven't been using for a while, but I don't know what it is. I don't have any good reads because I think if they had a recital, they would have used it. If it's Widespread Ruin, they probably would have used it. So it's probably a Phantom Bind or a barrier. So I will take my 4,300 damage. And I have 2 more Princess Recitals ready to protect whatever monster. Oh, but that doesn't work. If they just blow up my entire board with Dragonic Pressure. Slugger into pitcher, and they are going to get in some big damage this time. Here comes Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Setting a card makes sense. Oh, and that could be the Widespread Ruin. Unfortunately, not much for us to go with here. No heavy metals means we are just going to set our hand and pass. We do have those recitals to help protect our life points going into the next turn. So it's not all lost yet. We do still have our 3rd heavy metal because I've decided to return it into the deck. Here comes Speedy Performer. A great choice in the Ancient Forces deck. Highly recommend it. Though I think this player is probably running too many spell and trap cards if they're also on Dragonic Pressure. There shouldn't be 3 cards plus 2 Dragonic Pressures plus a Ghost Cyclone. That's just too much. Oh, and they only have 3 cards left in deck. I might be at 8, but they are even lower. especially since they have not used Dragius' effect to attack twice this turn. Quite interesting. Dragius brings them down to 2 cards. And all I need to do is stall things out. I should have turned off my traps. Now they know that I have another recital, unfortunately. I have 5 cards left. I see 2 Currybot. Let's go here. Activate Currybot's effect. Grab that other one out. Gargoyle. Gargoyle's effect will definitely be useful here. Oh wait, no. We want to use the skill so we get another card into the deck. Select a card to return to the deck. Currybot here for sure. Then we tribute summon the heavy metal. And we're going to keep the other Currybot in hand. No, we can set it. Let's go ahead and activate Royal Rebel Heavy Metal's effect. We're going to try to pop that Clear Ice Dragon. Oh, and I am potentially disconnecting. Unfortunate. We had a game this turn. Assuming all they had were barriers, this would have been enough. It says I'm still connected, so hopefully people on stream are not completely disconnected. Let me head over, try opening a tab of Google. Oh, and here we go. After quite the delay, it says we're still working. Head into the battle phase. Let's see it. Can we get this attack in? They have the option to widespread ruin. Things are looking pretty dangerous. Alright, they have no cards left in deck. Oh no, did you lose a King of Games rank up match? You will totally get it on the next one. I believe in you. Alright. I have a bad internet connection and 3,000 life points. All I have to do is survive this turn. We've got 2 Music Princesses recitals and they're staring me down with a multi-strike Dragon Dragius. Will I be able to overcome... What am I listening to? This is not authentic Japanese pop. I was not expecting We Are Number One to show up in the Future Funk playlist. Oh, and they summon out an Ancient Arise Dragon, getting rid of even the multi-strike Dragon Dragius to do so. I wonder why. That is not going to do it. We survived the turn. All we have to do is end. With 1 card left in our deck and 0 cards left in the opponent's, we managed to take a victory with Royal Rebels. That was a super close one. But that was also with a really rough start. Remember, we had all 3 of our heavy metals in hand at one point. Looks like the Royal Rebels are putting in some work. Pretty solid results all around. to the next battle. We are going second again, which is quite good as long as we can draw one of our level 4 monsters. Then we can rocker. Actually, just any low-level monster would be fine. Let's see what they have. Alright, so all they did was tribute set 1 monster. Unfortunately, we don't have much better. We're just bringing out a Royal Rebels Growl and beating over it. We've got the silly little lads battle. 1600, not enough, so Clear Ice Dragon is going down. We have a widespread ruin to protect us from an imposing Dragius. Oh, but the Ghost Cyclone coming in absolute clutch, destroying my legend trap and leaving me quite vulnerable. I probably should have gotten rid of the rocker in my hand. But I don't know, it feels right to have a level 5 since I need it for heavy metal. But I think I'm being baited by the cards. Alright, here comes another big Clear Ice Dragon, and now the Burning Blaze Dragon is thinned. Still only 1 monster on the field. So if I'm able to draw some low levels, this heavy metal is actually going to do a ton of damage. And we do indeed draw quite some interesting monsters. Gargoyle, you. I did go second, so this is a free boost. Boost this up. I will send a heavy metal to the graveyard. I don't need that. I can keep the rockers around. Tribute off 2 monsters. Bring out the heavy metal. I can attack directly since I didn't use rocker. So I'm destroying the only monster on board and hitting for 4,100. I was hoping to have used Shout to discard whatever random high levels they were keeping around in hand, since that is pretty threatening. Oh, but they just conceded up. So let's go ahead and send them a nice and move on to the next game. I think we've definitely exceeded the 3-game limit for Royal Rebels. So let's think about what do we want to play next. We've done Warriors. So on my pile, I have Psychics. We haven't done that one yet. We could play Dragonic Resonance to try to unlock the Arise Dragon skill. Probably just take a quick little break and do a couple of the event duels to get those wins out of the way and unlock the skill. Or we could play a good stuff Forest Beast aggro deck. Wait, didn't we already do that? No. I think we played the Tempest Drive rather than Beast aggro. Okay, so we are in the mirror match. They start off with a Palace Gargoyle. And they bring out Growl. I don't have any monsters, so of course it's not going to use the effect. But I also don't have any ways to deal with this heavy metal. If I draw into a level 4 monster that I can boost up to level 5, I can use my Growl on it. But we just get a Royal Rebels Rocker. And that actually works just as well, because it is a level 5 monster. So we tribute off Currybot for Rocker. Rocker is not going to use the effect, but it is going to be a level 5 monster getting tributed for Royal Rebels Growl. Growl activates the effect, sending the top Recital and throw down a Face Down. Let's see if we are able to take out the opposing heavy metal. They have a trap card, but they don't activate it. So it's probably not the legend trap, because it would be pretty useful, obviously. Ghost Cyclone, unfortunately, going to destroy my monster. My Face Down. Luckily, they do not get to draw a card as they have 4 monsters in the graveyard. Music Princess's Recital would have been really nice, especially if there is an incoming heavy metal or something. But Growl did not tribute a level 5 monster, so we are still in the clear. Oh, I'm not even running the 1500. Huh. Here comes heavy metal. I guess we wouldn't yet see. This is where the recital would have come in clutch, keeping our Kana alive and just giving us another option. Heavy metal goes down, but it's now our turn. Let's see what we draw. Oh, that is a ton of useful cards. I think we start with Palace Gargoyle. And let's go ahead and activate that skill. Heavy Drive, going here, and sending a heavy metal to the graveyard. Next is Seahorse Carrier. Seahorse Carrier can activate the effect, adding back Grace Princess Kana to our hand. We still have access to direct attacks, so we are going to summon Kana, heavy metal, and we gotta make sure we use that level 5 monster. We don't debuff with Growl because we're destroying it. And we're gonna gain the 5,000 attack heavy metal of legendary status. Let's bring out Shout and then tribute off that Seahorse Carrier for Growl. Now if I did this right, it should be a clean victory. I'm 95% sure this is not a widespread ruin. Face down. And they concede. Royal Rebels performed beautifully. I don't see anything in the chat for suggestions on new for what deck to play next. So let's go ahead and just do the Beast Aggro. I think that's a reasonable choice. What skill do we run with it? I'm not sure. Probably just Legend Draw, Life Point Gain, one of those kinds of things. So we go here. Let's take out the Bender Breaks and the Beast Summoners. Oh, we didn't run Beast Summoner? Anyway, perfect. We want Dragius, we want Seven's Road. We've got Earth, Light, Wind. So we need water. Gonna just have to be my eternal buddy, Mystic Dealer. So we've got water, we need fire. We got, alright, so earth, wind, water, fire, light, and dark. We have light, we just need a dark, and that means it's curry botting time. Oh, but we don't have the forest or any traps, so we need widespread ruin for sure. Oh, welcome Benext. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, and or an evening. So we're running a widespread ruin for sure. The rest I don't think we need. The barrier is cope, so I will not be using it. Spells, we do want forest because we are here for a good time. So I think we just run the one. Oh, we need to cut one more card. I guess a witch. This is fine. We will save the deck. Grab Life Point Gain as our skill of choice. And we'll go ahead and queue up with Beast Aggro. See how it performs. I guess we will do this first. And that gives us a chance to work on the Pure Dragon Dragonic Resonance deck. Or, well, work on getting the Arise deck. We need to win 3 games with Pure Dragons before we are allowed to play Ancient Forces. I feel like my face always looks like it's looking up. I wonder which way I need to rotate the camera. Is that better? Yeah, I think so. Alright, so we bring out Dragius. We are just going to do a quick clear, it looks like. They barely survive turn number 1. We'll get them next time for sure. And they are not able to touch the Dragius. So that is game. Clearing out those event quests real quick. Oh, and it looks like my connection is starting to recover a little bit, which is great to see. Let's go ahead and claim all of those gems. Perfect. Oh, there was a 31 down there. It looks like Roa spawned as well. So we'll do a quick round against him as well. This will be a good chance for me to respond to some messages over in my Discord server. So they're talking about the barrier, and I'm just telling them it maybe works in decks revolving around 2,500 attackers. But they already have a better option in Battle Slash. Alright, so we cleared out that. So just one more duel, and Luke will be able to use the Ancient Arise Dragon skill. But we will wait for that because currently it is time for Beast Aggro. Let's see how well this Forest engine works. The Royal Rebels did way better than I first anticipated. I thought they were going to be pretty mid, but they went, I want to say 4-0, 5-1, something along those lines. Though I will say I also went undefeated with the Noodle Ninjas, so I don't know which deck you guys think is going to be more fun to play, but for me, I already know that answer. Alright. Looks like I am going second, and I've got that nasty little Forest ready to go. Unfortunately, we don't drop any high-level monsters. So, that is rough. We're gonna set one, and pass. So, if all my monsters get destroyed, I will have the Pakachu in the graveyard to shuffle away, and then I can add the Tiger. Oh my gosh. So they're Burning Blaze Dragon. However, this card can only destroy face-up field spells. Because I set the Forest, I'm actually going to let it survive until later. Ancient Arise Dragon also gains an attack increase, but they don't have any piercing. So we actually survive this turn. And now, if we can draw into a Gazelle and a high level, we can actually make use of the Forest to KO Dragorite. Unfortunately, we're not quite that lucky. I think I have to Mystic Dealer. We've gone 10 cards. I need a Tribute. We do get the 7-Sword Magician, which is nice. Unfortunately, no Pakachu's going to be activating here. But that's my fault. Silverwolf can use its effect. I'm going to weaken Dragorite down to 1300. I'm going to bring out Seven Sword Magician. And we are going to try activating Force and seeing how it goes for me. Let's go ahead and use Seven Sword Magician's effect and enter the battle phase. We'll try to take out Ancient Arise Dragon. And then we'll try to destroy Dragorite as well. Unfortunately, the barrier does finally come up against me playing a meme deck. So since they needed it to be me playing a forest deck for barrier to finally come up for the first time, I don't think it's that good. What do I think I will be playing in the Go Rush Festival? So, I mean, stage 1 does not matter too much to my understanding, so I'll probably be playing a lot of Pyro Noodle Ninjas. For stage 2, I have to imagine it's gonna be dragons of some variety. Unless something comes out of nowhere to dethrone Dragonic Resonance or Ancient Forces. I just don't see it coming up. Oh, am I dead? No, I survive. They should have destroyed my force, though. Why didn't they do it? Ooh, those are some good cards. Let's definitely gain some life points. Pakachu activates when I have no monsters on the field. I can place a Pakachu back to the bottom of my deck and add an All-Seeing White Tiger to my hand. Next, the All-Seeing White Tiger comes down, and I tribute them both off for Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Then I get 2 copies of Gazelle, boosted under the forest, specifically to counter Dragorites. I set my Widespread Ruin, activate Dragius, and let's battle. Let's see if we can take out the Dragorite this time. No trap card activated, so we should be good to go. Wait, but what if that's a recital? I just misplayed. Alright, but we're safe. It was not Music Princess's recital. We get in for 1700 direct. We have the Widespread Ruin to protect us from whatever boss monster they bring out. Oh, but here comes a Hammer Crush to destroy my Widespread Ruin. But they choose to destroy Forest instead. That is hilarious. They destroyed my field spell instead of a Widespread Ruin. And we have another Forest immediately afterwards. Obviously we need to bring out 2 Dragias here. We don't need the forest at this point, so we can set it. And they just concede. They don't have a trap card, so we win it. They scoop it up. So, even though we got hit by the barrier, Beast Aggro takes the first game. Alright, so it's my move. I'm up first. I have a Widespread Ruin, so we're going to toss it down and just go straight into Dragius. Because we have protection, I think we should be fine. I'll go ahead and set the Gazelle and pass turn. There is still a case for not summoning the Dragius here. It is weaker into double boss boards or whatnot, but I think if I can try to bait them into attacking with Yami Ruler, but they didn't use Under the Thunder, unfortunately, so it doesn't quite work out this time. I can't tribute summon, so we're just gonna set a Gazelle and chill out. We don't need to do anything. We've got Widespread Ruin. We can wait. What do I think we'll be playing? Oh, okay. We already talked about the Go Rush Festival. No new comments since then. Alright, Masaki comes out, and so does Piercing Samurai. Piercing Samurai does sound pretty dangerous, but are they really not going to try to attack my Dragius at all? Interesting. Oh, here comes a second Yami Ruler, presumably going for another big lock. Delay Directive. And Battle. They are attacking. It has Pierce. I think it's worth destroying with the Widespread Ruin. I draw a card, and I don't have anything to do. Once again, I pass. Oh, Seraph of Darkness for 500 life points. My Dragius goes face down. So they are going to be able to clear my board. But will they be able to deal damage? They ought to use a Piercing Samurai last turn. So, oh, here comes a Kime Ruler for that 2,500 points of direct damage. Maybe I should have saved my Widespread Ruin. Another face down card. And it is time for the battle phase. I mean, I am keeping a lot of monsters on board, so this isn't the worst thing. Of course, I lose the Dragius, and then 2,500, but I'm not super concerned. Let's go ahead and draw for turn, and it's another Dragius. We have our life point gain skill, so let's go ahead and recover it. No point in waiting. Mystic Dealer, we can ditch the other Mystic Dealer. I'm pretty confident in that one. Because we have so many monsters on board, let's just go ahead and try to find another out. And this is actually perfect. Silver Wolf is our Thunder the Thunder replacement, and it works as long as we have 2 beast monsters on the board. Silver Wolf comes down, we flip some of the Gazelle, and then Silver Wolf is able to weaken a Yami Ruler. This means after we tribute summon Dragius, it's going to be able to take it out. Though I am very much expecting myself to get hit by some of the trap card. Let's go ahead, Dragius effect and 7-Sword Magician effect. Enter the battle phase. Clear out the Kime Ruler first. Widespread Ruin does have a pretty good chance of being popped here, and that is fine. Now we go into the defense position monster, and we didn't see any more traps, so we can actually hit the Yami Ruler, get in for 200. Oh, but they were actually really good with it. Yeah, they got me. That toggle was quite impressive. I thought for sure they didn't have anything set because I didn't see the hourglass when Oh! The hourglass only works if it's a face-up monster. That was my bad. I lost. Due to my own mistakes. I deserve this one. They've got piercing, plenty of direct attacks. This game should be over. I don't have any way to deal with 2 2,500s. Alrighty. I'll send them over a nice, and we'll do one more game with the Beast aggro deck. Then after that, I am going to take a short bathroom water break, but it'll only be a minute or 2, and then we'll be right back at it with unlocking the Arise Dragon skill, maybe playing some Psychics. So we have Widespread Ruin and plenty of beast monsters to set face down. I'm of course also going to be setting the Curry Bot, as it is something I can draw another copy of next turn and be in a good position for. they're going for 2 set monsters, but those could be getting tributed off in the near future. We do have our widespread ruin. If they don't follow this up with anything else interesting, they do run the risk of having their only good monster destroyed, and then just getting clowned on during my turn. I'm absolutely popping the widespread ruin here, and as long as I draw a tribute monster, the game essentially ends. They have no monsters on field. I draw 2 incredibly powerful monsters. So let's just end this as fast as possible. Paku Paku-Chu, come on down. 7-Zord Magician, you're up next. Gazelle, this has to be over 6,000, no doubt about it. Swing in, and that is game. Beasts take another victory. So we're gonna go take a quick break. If you need to get water, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, do so. I will be back in 5 minutes or less, most likely. So I will be right back. Alright, and we are back. I think next up is either Psychics or a Rise Dragon. I think the Rise Dragon deck is going to be really promising. So let's go ahead and unlock that skill real quick. All we need to do is grab Luke and to win one more game with Dragonic Resonance against an NPC. We should be able to do that no problem, just on auto duel. Bunker Strike going up against a 500 attack point Imaginary Actor. Not an issue at all. Interestingly, they have 1500. I wonder if I could have one if I was playing manually by now, just to use that Dragonic Resonance skill and boost them up. I take 1400 for my counter Cannonball. I wonder if that's a card we'll end up getting in the game or not. Aggressive Burn is stronger than it seems thanks to the lower life points. Alright, so that was 3 games. That should be enough. Let's go ahead and check over the lifetime missions. We do indeed have the skill. Ancient Forces. And it looks like we also finished an event mission. Perfect. World missions, we can ignore those. And now let's build the deck. Right here, all we need to do is grab this one. Then we reset it, and this will be Ancient Forces. So for this skill, what's the restriction? The only monsters with 1400 or more attack are dragons. You got it, boss. 1 Dragius, 3 Ancient Arise Dragon, 3 Burning Blaze Dragon, 3 Clear Ice Dragon. Next up, we need 2 Phoenix Dragon. And what else? Technically, we could go for a low-level engine like the Aquas. But I think it's probably not worth it. I think we just want some Dragonic Resonances and to pop off like normal. Here we go. We'll grab 2 or 3 of those, and we'll filter to just pure dragons. I don't see a reason to run other cards. Dragon filter on. Let's grab 3 Winged Fortress, 3 Dragorite, both Triad Drago, a couple of Twin Edge Dragons. Actually, instead of Twin Edge, we could just run the Sports Dragons, which I didn't have in the example video, because obviously Clear Ice Dragon and Burning Blaze Dragon don't do much when you have the Sports Dragons in play. But if the alternative is really just running lesser dragons or cards like that, I guess we don't really lose out on too much by putting them in. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16 low levels. Seems good to me. 3, 6, 9. We do have 10 high levels, which is a little problematic. I could definitely see this deck bricking. Let's go ahead and just try it out and see what happens. Head on into the ranked duels and start a game. See how it goes. I'm expecting this deck to be quite powerful, though it is important to note I have not optimized the deck list. It's even possible that this ends up being better with like the Aqua engine or something else, as there isn't actually a restriction on some of the high level stuff, or on the low level stuff. What have I liked the best so far? Absolutely Noodle Ninjas. I went 3 for 3 with that deck, and 2 games ended with me boosting things well over 4,000 attack. It felt fantastic. I'm not sure it's actually, you know, the new tier 0 threat, but it is good. You can definitely king of games with that deck. Alright, so we have 2 low levels, 2 high levels. Good enough for me. A Dragonic Pressure, we can set that down. Set this one down. Burning Blaze Dragon, why not? Clear Ice Dragon, bring it on out. And then we will send another clear ice to the graveyard, I'm pretty sure, is the right plan. What did they do? Did they tribute set? They did do 2 tribute sets. I feel like those monsters shouldn't have significant amounts of defense points. But I guess we will find out. Burning Blaze Dragon swings in. They do have a trap card. And they can activate it here. Yeah, the Royal level should all be 0s. Oh, but here comes a Widespread Ruin. They waited for it for no particular reason. All we have is Dragonic Pressure, unfortunately. So we are in danger as we just have the 1 monster on field. They flip over an Echolus. Interesting. That does kind of imply to me that they don't plan to tribute it, but no, they do go for it. And I think I just lose. Heavy Metal going to be able to attack me directly. All they need to do is summon a couple low levels. But that's just a Widespread Ruin. That's nothing about this deck. It didn't do anything wrong. The hand was fine. We'll just go on to the next game and see if we get it better on the next try. Send them over a like. And let's give it another shot. Let the loss just roll off your back. Alright, we have another King of Games level opponent. Interesting. Oh, and we are going first. That's always fantastic news. Let's see what we drew into. We drew into absolutely nothing. We drew 4 high-level monsters. It's like not even worth putting down the Widespread Ruin. That is rough. Like, the Widespread Ruin could have stopped a 1400 here, but... Okay, if we draw a low level, we can bring out the clear ice. Get the fire one into the graveyard, I guess. That's Ancient Forces. Boost up clear ice. Send the card away. Ancient Arise Dragon is set up for later. We throw down the face down. Battle phase. Try to take out the Twin Edge. Get hit by the Widespread Ruin again. Scoop it up. Go to game number 3. Yeah, and that's how it goes. Pass it over. We only run 4 level 7 monsters. So having 3 of them in our opening 5 or 6 or whatever it is really impressive. I'll send them over the nice, and we will try that one more time. So, you know what they say, 3rd time is the charm. Here we go. We're gonna set 3 monsters. And we'll even set a clear ice dragon. Getting rid of that sports dragon slugger, leaving my entire field with solid defense stats. We even have a monster in hand for next turn. That's going to be at 2800 attack. This feels like a strong opening. Of course, we did let the Roa player go second here. So their skill is going to be at a significant buff for this game, assuming they are on the Royal Rebels Heavy Drive. They are also setting 3. Oh, they only have 2 though. Alright, and we somehow once again find 3 high-level monsters. They just are... The dragons love me, and that means they hate me. Let's bring out Dragius. And then I have a plan. Alright, so we're going to play down this Phoenix Dragon. And we're going to tribute the Burning Blaze Dragon. Next, I'm going to activate my skill, and I'm going to boost Clear Ice Dragon to 2600. This means, even if I get hit by the Widespread Ruin, it's not destroying the Dragius. Dragius activates the effect. I send a Sports Dragon to the graveyard. Both of them are in there now. We battle. Dragius swings in. Oh, and it doesn't look like there is a trap card this time. So Burning Blaze Dragon will swing in. Oh, but they do have the Music Princess Recital. Good choice if they are playing a Royal Rebel deck. Oh, but they don't activate it. Next up, Dragius goes in. Oh! Or maybe their toggle was just off, and now it is on, as they once again have a trap card they can activate. If they're not using... terrible choice. I would not be using that card right now. I run Ice and Blaze at 2 each since there are a lot of ways to recycle. That is definitely a solid plan. You only need to draw one of them in order to set up your Ancient Arise Dragon thanks to the skill. And what do you run in their place? Are you using a second Dragius, or are you just not running as many tribute monsters overall? Because that would still be 3, 4, 5, 6, you'd be at 8. Okay, Crow comes out, but it tributed over a Mystic Dealer, so it's not able to use the effect. Heavy Metal is unfortunately going to be able to destroy Burning Blaze Dragon, entering into my Dragius. Did I try the new Psychic cards? Not yet. That is actually the next deck. We've tried Beast Aggro, we've tried Tempest Drive, we've tried Pyro, we've tried Dark Magician, we've tried Red Eyes, we've tried Warriors, we've tried Royal Rebels. We've tried just about everything except for Psychics. And that's not just like one game either. We've played at least 3 or 4 games with all 7 of those decks. This stream has been going on for just under 4 hours. Alright, and somehow we once again draw a Burning Blaze Dragon. It's not too bad though. Let's go ahead, bring out 2 monsters. Tribute them both off for Ancient Arise Dragon. Tribute over Clear Ice Dragon for a Burning Blaze Dragon. Activate my skill. Ancient Forces, boosting it up to 2800. And then I will even send a Clear Ice Dragon from the deck to the graveyard. Ancient Arise Dragon, activate its effect. I would love to return 2 monsters from my graveyard into the deck. 1 Clear Ice Dragon, 1 Burning Blaze Dragon, and that should destroy Heavy Metal for free. Now, as long as one of my 2 attacks goes through, that is game. And we finally see the Dragon deck functioning as intended. We are going to do one more game with dragons, and then Psychics are up next. So if you don't want to miss that, stick around for just another 5 or 10 minutes while we play one more Ancient Forces Dragons round. Ancient Forces, I think, is really interesting. There are a ton of good low-level monsters. You could run the Aqua Engine with them. You could run Dragons for Dragonic Pressure. There are just a lot of ways I think these dragons could make a meta impact. Alright, and we have a pretty solid opening hand. Unfortunately, no level 6 dragons. If we draw into one of those, it would be even better. But we have 3 low levels and an Ancient Arise for whenever the need arises. Alright, looks like it might be a Royal Rebel deck or just an aggro deck. Thunder the Thunder does not ultimately tell us all too much. But I think I do just summon out my monsters and swing normally. We're just going to try to get in for 1500. Enter the battle phase, and let's see what happens. Just start by swinging into that set monster, and Royal Rebel Rocker, of course, has that 0 defense for us to take advantage of. Swing in for 1400. Now, there definitely was a case to summon the Ancient Arise Dragon here, as we could have summoned the Slugger, tributed it off, and had 2 Dragorites. It would have been a stronger board, but keeping the Ancient Arise Dragon around means once we find a level 6 monster, yeah, so the Aqua Engine definitely seems like a viable way to do it. It's less so the Sports Dragons and more the Dragonic Pressure that I'm trying to do. A limit 1 to Dragius definitely would be fair. But it would ironically be a buff to the best decks, because I'm running 2 Phoenix Dragon and 1 Dragius, and if I could just run an extra Phoenix Dragon, that would be incredible. I could cut out a random card like this 1400 for another way to recycle my boss monsters, and we still don't have any of our level 6s. That's really rough. So no choice but to bring out the Ancient Arise Dragon here and just try to beat over this the old-fashioned way. Ancient Arise Dragon, still a crazy card, even without the level 6s. We just send a card to the graveyard and it's boom, it's at 3000. Let's head to the battle phase. We don't want Recital to be able to stop us, so we swing in. The barrier, also not going to be enough. Winged Dragon goes for this one. Oh, but it is 1400 defense. Feral Imp, I completely forgot about that. I wonder if that's worth it, though. Alright, we do have our own Widespread of Ruin, so we should be able to at least hold out for this turn. Monster Reincarnation, almost certainly trying to bring back that heavy metal to use the effect again. But with Widespread of Ruin, I'm happy for him to destroy my Sports Dragon Slugger, remove the option to deal some damage over it, and then have their boss get blown up. They have monsters on field, so we know Ghost Cyclone is not coming out. Here comes Heavy Drive to boost the level of this, but they did go first. So in order to use their skill, they do have to get rid of one of their cards. We know one of the 2 remaining cards is Heavy Metal, and the last one is a Growl. That sounds really threatening, until you remember we do have the Widespread of Ruin. So unless they choose not to summon Heavy Metal, which of course they can't resist that temptation, they are going to get punished big time. Widespread Ruin destroys their only monster, and now they are wide open for the counterattack. Hydra, oh, welcome. Thank you for the raid. It's a Fallen. How was your stream? I hope you did well. Were you playing Duel Links as well, or a different game? Okay, so I'm definitely just bringing out Burning Blaze and going for game. Send this down, activate the skill, get that 1000 attack point boost for sure. Send a monster from the deck to the graveyard, yes. Send a Clear Ice. And that's 28, 38, basically I'm playing around Widespread Ruin by not boosting Ancient Arise Dragon's attack points. They have 300 left, but they have a King's Majesty to negate the attack. I guess I should have boosted my attack points. Interesting. I also misplayed. I should have brought out the second Ancient Arise. So I played that really poorly. I got distracted by the raid, but I do, of course, appreciate it. So let's see if they are able to punish me or not. Royal Rebels Heavy Drive, boosting their monster, but they once again have to send a card away because they lost the die roll. And that should hopefully weaken the end board they make. At 1500, that is fine. We see Heavy Metal, that's going to be 1400 plus 700. One game you draw nothing but level 6s, the next you don't draw any of them. Exactly. Oh, and I just remembered about the stream delay. So I apologize if it sounds like I wasn't, like, I'm sorry if the raid reaction is super late over on the screens for you all. Okay. All they have is that guy. We win. For sure. There's no doubt about it. Activate the effect. Normal summon. How was the pack? The pack opening went pretty well. Two of them did actually go down to the bottom cards, but the second box I opened, we finished with 20 packs left in the box. So we saved a good chunk of gems, and you can actually see I still have 7,000 after opening the box 3 full times. So I was in a pretty good spot. I wasn't expecting to have so many gems left over though. So that was Ancient Arise Dragon. We got 2 wins, 2 losses. Let's move on to Psychics. Oh wait, the Psychic deck isn't out yet. We have to wait another hour. Right? Like 3 or 4 different people have asked me about running the Psychic deck. But I don't think we have it. I think it's supposed to come out in the event. Yeah, mission added tomorrow. Okay, wait. Is this the Psychic skill though? I don't even know. So we can't play the Psychics yet, which means I think we have officially covered every major deck. So if there's any deck people want to see, let me know, and we'll queue those up. I know obviously not everybody has been here for the whole 4-hour stream. So feel free to leave some votes in the chat, and I will play a round with the Noodle Ninjas in the meantime. Have you gone ahead and opened the new Rush Duel box as well? The Fallen? Or are you more of a Speed Duel player? Alright, so let's try the Noodle Ninjas. We were 3 for 3 with them earlier, but that win streak has to come to an end eventually. Let's see if this is the game that it happens. Yeah, I do have to watch out for those heavy metal OTKs. I always think, oh, they can't attack directly, but that's just because of Rocker. Alright, so they're going for a quick set. I am also streaming on YouTube. That is correct. Did it like show up in your suggested or something? Or is there a reason I shouldn't be on YouTube? Oh, I see there's a chat from YouTube in the chat bar. Okay, so I opened Dragius plus Summon Skull, which is obviously an incredible opener. We are going to go ahead and just do a couple tribute summons and activate Dragius' effect, get in for the big 2,500. Mill a Fire Yarrow, swing in with Dragius, blow up some monsters. Summon Skull. I actually don't remember. What is the name of Summon Skull's attack? Obviously he uses lightning. But that's all I remember. I know obviously we got the Burst Stream of Destruction, we got the Dark Magic attack, Summon Skull, completely blank. I do wonder how far behind the stream is. Oh, I'm not even queued into the game yet. And it's turn 3. Oh no. I just checked where I was in the Twitch dashboard. And yeah, I am pretty significantly behind. I think it's just errors or the delay starts to build up more and more over time. Because my internet connection isn't great, unfortunately. There are times where it just starts to buffer, and then it just causes it to get further apart from the actual information being relayed to the processing. And I think the multi-streaming does have a small effect on that too, where I'm sending it to some other area to then propagate it over to Twitch and YouTube for me. So it definitely takes time for it to do that. But it shouldn't be like 3 turns behind. Okay, we drew terribly. That's fine though, I think. We can just play down our hand. Drop a Widespread Ruin for protection and head into the battle phase. They do have a trap card. Unfortunately, Widespread Ruin is going to stop us, but this does mean I get to keep a monster on board. That is part of the reason why I didn't go for the Dragius, was to keep Innocent Lancer even through a trap card. They do have a monster, so I can't get hit by a Ghost Cyclone. So I should be relatively safe with my own Widespread Ruin to protect me. Here comes Heavy Metal. Of course it is going to destroy my monster, but Widespread Ruin will blow it up, and at 5,300 life points remaining, the other 2 monsters surely are not going to get that high. And if I can just draw some low-level monsters, we should be okay. Let's see what else they bring out. Oh, they're setting. They're going on the defensive. Oh, is Shout going to actually do it? No, I don't have any level 7s on the board. They could have made me discard the Dragius. Nope, actually they couldn't have, because the Lancer is only level 6. Anyway, we blow up the Heavy Metal, of course. We take 27. But we are alive. And if we draw the low levels we need, we are just gonna run through them. That is absolutely game. They don't have any more traps to protect them. But we drew 4 1,500 beaters without even seeing a single Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja or a Noodle Art of Roastery. This game is ours. Let's go ahead, activate Double Doom, hit him with the Inferno of Infinite Destruction. No, wait, that's the second one. And the first one is the something electrostatic shock ball. Oh, concussive electrostatic shock ball. I'll send them over a nice, and we can head on into the next game. Skull Lightning, that does sound right. 5,200 points. Solid. I have, thanks to playing Roa in ranked a little bit tonight, we've unlocked 2 of his skills. So I probably do want to play for the next couple days, whatever decks I'm able to use archive skills on, as being able to boost up the as being able to get those skills is going to be something to collect. I already have all of the cards, except for a couple of gate drops that I don't really need right now. Alright, so we would have loved to go first with a hand like this. We'll have to see if it still works out for us or not. Alright, so they have multiple set cards. And we really have nothing we can do but set our own stream of cards and see if it'll keep us alive into the next turn. I mean, I could have crashed and hit for 15, but that loses to, like, any barriers, widespread ruin, and it's just not worth it, for sure. A curry bot, of course that's not going to do anything, but it is going to get tributed off for a Dragius. Widespread ruin, able to destroy Dragius, perfectly fine with things so far. But Prima Guitarna, okay, surely they aren't going to use it. Oh my gosh, they might actually do it. They paid 1,000 life points for no reason. This is an incredible punish. Goodbye, Dragius. You are not destroying two of my monsters today. Prima Guitarna. And that I don't mind losing two defense position monsters. Let's see if I draw things to punish. We actually do get some cards. Okay. Fire Yardos. Oh, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's see. They have a couple of... Oh, but do I have enough Pyros in the graveyard? There might not be. You know what? We are gonna go for it. Tribute off these ones, and we'll boost up my entire field of Pyro monsters. Bring out Fire Yarrow number 1 and Fire Yarrow number 2. Activate this skill here. That's enough to beat even a barrier. Of course, if we get hit by the widespread ruin, we are in shambles. Okay, the barrier, not too bad. I do not mind that. I take 100, but now I get another shot at it. But they have another trap card. Okay, it goes through. We swing into the Prima Guitarna, and it is widespread ruin. They've been holding on to it the whole time. That is rough. Unfortunately, widespread ruin does get them there. All I have is a lone 1300 attack point monster. So, any boss monster, and I'm pretty dead. Siren Zone Magician, definitely gonna do it. The trap cards coming in clutch for them. I could have chosen not to attack with Spice, but then they would have still had the widespread ruin. I don't run any spell and trap removal. I don't think it would have made a difference. So that is game, unfortunately. Widespread ruin, obviously a strong card. Theirs landed a bit tougher than mine. I think more than anything, what lost me that game was going second. Basically, I had less time to establish my board. With the new legend cards, I feel like the aggro pile decks are a lot better than before. Yeah, obviously widespread ruin is going to be a big buff for it, but I think there are a lot of new cards that are going to make the aggro piles not quite as good. For example, I think Royal Rebels and Ancient Forces both should match up into aggro deck. They both should have pretty good matchups going into the aggro decks, just because they have ways to destroy Dragius for free, whether that's through Heavy Metal or Ancient Arise Dragon. Alright, so our opening hand, again, really would have liked to go first. Oh, they're playing a Burning Blaze Dragon. That's really interesting. Protect the King, a 2 tribute set. What could it be? I think I'm so curious. I have to find out. I'm probably taking damage here, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I need to know. It only has 1,000. Oh no, Sarah, you can't be playing like that. Oh no, my girl. Oh, it's Magician's Shuffle. Okay. I like this. Dark Magician going to the graveyard, but I do have my Widespread Ruin. Currybot coming out and using the effect. Recycling. Okay. Best cards in the box, definitely Ancient Arise Dragon, Ghost Cyclone, does Widespread Ruin count? Because Widespread Ruin, and Music Princess Recital. Those would be my top 4 cards from the box. Here comes Ancient Arise. Battle Phase, I am going to be blowing that one up, unfortunately. They do get to keep the Dark Magician Girl, though, and 2,500 I don't currently have an out for. I am going to need to draw a monster. Let's see what I get. Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja, and a Dragius, huh? Well, that should work out pretty well, actually. Let's go ahead and tribute out Dragius here. Then Fire Yarrow. Both of them get tributed off for my Spice. Then with Flavor Inspector, things come to an end. Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, Double Doom, Spice. I'm sure he has a name for his ability, but I don't know it. And then Dragius, Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball. Oh, welcome to the stream, Sarah. Glad to know it is a different one. I actually know, it's interesting. So I actually know a Sarah from Cross Duel. There's also a Sarah B. And then I think I know like 3 different Sarahs. Oh, I've played this player earlier today. How's your day been going, Sarah? Alright, so I'm finally going first. And with Widespread Ruin, things are looking solid. Let's go ahead and set our monsters onto the board. And pass. Keeping Spice for the future. Though, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should actually just full send Spice when I have Widespread Ruin. Here comes Dragonic Slayer. That's not what we like to see. This is going to be destroying my Widespread Ruin for free. But it does mean Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja is safe in my hand, which is good. I'm not getting punished for playing him down. So we are against a Dragonic Resonance deck. But if they're playing Lesser Dragon, they are probably a little suboptimal. Let's bring out Spice. Or, I'm sorry, 2 copies of Stock. And then we can tribute summon for Spice. 1 and 2. Oh, I like this song. I'll set this one. Activate the effect. Oh, we lose a Roastery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could get another 1,000 damage here. But I'd rather save it for a potential later. Though with Dragonic Slayers, maybe I should actually be going full aggro with these Noodle Arts. I'm not sure. Summon Skull's attack name is Magical Thunder Shock in Japanese and Lightning Strike. It's just Lightning Strike. That is kind of uninspired. Running 2 Dragonic Slayer to pop back row, and it's been working well. Yes, absolutely. you should be running 2 Slayer, 3 Bunker Strike, 2 Phoenix Dragon, 1 Dragius, and then your Gravity Presses. I think that is the sauce. I was actually already doing that at the start of the season. Oh, it is, not looking well for my fellow over there. I mean, there's no way I get this to 5,000, right? Oh, but I can get 5 attacks. So do I Roastery? I guess I might as well. Oh, wait, but I'm tributing them. I messed up. Whatever. I activate the effect. I activate the effect again. And they concede. Okay. So they didn't have a trap. If they had Widespread Ruin, they would have been fine. But they just get hit by the good old double Dragius. Built a Royal Rebel deck and want to test it out in Ranked Duel. Yeah, definitely. I think the Royal Rebels did very well in my testing. I only lost 1 game with them out of 5 or 6 that I did play. And I am doing pretty well. This stream has been probably my longest stream ever. Actually, no, there might be like an old Cross Duel stream that is no longer, public, because I did some tournaments, and tournaments could sometimes take a while. But I'm approaching 4.5 hours. I'm hoping to get to the top of the hour so we can unlock that Psychic skill. This is definitely not an optimal turn 1 hand, but it's much better than being forced to play this going second. I'll set some cards face down, and Spice I think I need to keep. We have double Roastery. So we are going to be able to do some big boosts if we need to. Especially if we draw some Pyros to go alongside him. We see a set monster. Could their hand actually be pretty bad? Alright, we are in the game. They didn't blow me out of the water on turn number 1, but we do have to worry about that set card. It could very easily be something threatening. Yeah, I want to keep a card for the Pierce. But I don't think it's right. I don't think piercing is the correct play. Just grabbing that 1500 onto the board and boosting. Let's just try swinging in with Spice and seeing what happens. No trap. Interesting. Oh, but now we can see if it's King's Majesty. Let's find out. And no trap. It might be a Ghost Cyclone. That seems reasonable. But they won't be able to draw a card even if they do blurry. Gotcha, Ryan. Making an attack position Gargoyle. Heavily implying here they are getting ready to use the skill or its effect to boost it up to level 5. 2 Dragius, Bunker Strike, Dragonic Slayer. Yeah, so that was actually my initial build with the deck. But I think 1 Dragius, 2 Phoenix Dragon, and then using that extra slot for the 3rd Bunker Strike makes the deck a lot smoother. It feels weird to give up a card as good as Dragius, but you're going to have more access to your Dragonic Slayers, Bunker Strike, and here's the important part, it's going to make you filter 3 cards in the deck in a lot of games. And you're playing Draconic Resonance, which a lot of players don't fully understand is all about getting off the combo. You need to find both Sports Dragons, you need to find a Dragonic Pressure, and then you just blow the opponent up with 5,000 damage out of nowhere. And the Bunker Strikes just really help with that. you mill a card. If you don't find a Dragonic Pressure, you just send that stuff straight to the bottom. It gives you another chance to mill a Sports Dragon. Bunker Strike's impact just cannot be understated. Okay, so this hand looks really good at first glance, but then you realize it's actually awful because I have 3 level 7 monsters in it. I think I need to go with Spice. We know they didn't use a trap card last turn, so there is that at least. Just one more low level would have been nice. So how many vanillas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sure, I'll use one. And then we have to blow up that heavy metal. Alright, sorry about that. We disconnected. Wait, how am I still in the game? Hopefully we are back, sooner rather than later. I'm just gonna summon the Spice for hand declogging purposes. I wonder what happens on YouTube, because I know it used to just make multiple different videos. Okay, so maybe this isn't a bad thing, because we know we've been having trouble with stream delay. So my internet crashing and resetting itself gives us a chance to undo all of the stream lag we've been experiencing. It's a new little chance to restart. Alright, so Fire Yarrow coming on out. Let's activate Dragius first, so it has the ability to boost the Spice. Spice effect. We don't need to Roastery. No reason for that. But we do want to start beating up those defense position monsters. Interestingly, a Widespread Ruin is going to hit Spice rather than my Dragius, which keeps my most important card on the board. Fire Yarrow swinging in. I'm pretty sure their face down card is just the barrier. Yeah, so definitely a good rule of thumb is my internet sucks, and I'm always going to try my best to let you all know when the stream is ending. So if I just suddenly disappear, it's probably me. It's probably my internet connection. But I'll either come back in a minute, or if it's just not working, I will try to make a community post or something. But hey, on the bright side, we aren't as far behind anymore. So I think I put out this call earlier, but feel free, of course, to drop some. If there's a deck you want to see me play, feel free to let me know, and I will queue up with it. I have all of the Rush Duel cards, so I should be able to do whatever it is the chat is looking for. Alright, next up we are in a Roa mirror match, except I am not playing the Royal Rebels. We haven't gotten any super crazy turns like we did in the first few games we did with this deck, but I guess that's to be expected. It's still putting up pretty solid results overall, so I still think it is good. I will draw a card, and we have enough for a Dragius, which is good enough for me. Innocent Lancer, definitely just gonna toss that one out early. because I don't want it clogging up my hand later. Let's just get these tossed into the graveyard, put Roastery face down, activate the effect of Dragius for that sweet double attacking. Unfortunately, we do lose a Dragius in the process. And I've discovered an issue. I am on a lone Dragius board against a Royal Rebel player. That's game. I lost. They're gonna bring out Heavy Metal. And I am going to die immediately. Because a Heavy Metal is 5,000 points of direct damage to my face. This is usually not, Oh, thank you for the follow, Alterius Reinsworth. And here comes the Heavy Metal, as expected. I pretty much wait, what did I cover? I don't even remember what I was talking about. Okay, so we have plays, maybe. We can go ahead and do this. We have Spice. We have a Monster Reincarnation, too. So I think I start by setting this. So we could be very stupid instead of my normal amounts of stupid. And I think it's funny, so I am going to do it. I'm going to summon Spice, and then I'm going to Monster Reincarnation, getting rid of my Summon Skull for a low-level Pyro. We're getting the maximum flavor. Let's go ahead and summon the Flavor Inspector, and then boost up, and just kind of see what happens. Roastery, Battle Phase, Swing, and there's a trap card, and it's a Recital, so we can actually crash into the Heavy Metal, because we had just enough for 2,500. But now I just really lose again. Konnichiwa, how are you doing, Mikan? Oh man, I don't actually know. What is Pyro in Japanese? Anyway, this one is definitely a loss. Maybe Pure Pyro is more viable now. Yeah, you could consider running, the issue with the Pyro skill is it doesn't let you use Innocent Lancer, so you lose your way to, reliably pierce through defense position boards. This deck has Innocent Lancer and Dragius, neither of which work with the Archive Noodle skill. So in about 15 minutes, it looks like the Psychic skill will release. So hopefully we can try that out once it rolls over. It looks like my internet connection is still not perfect. Oh, it says I've dropped 65% of the frames since restarting. How is this at all watchable? I am so sorry if you all are going through a buffering hellscape. I probably just want to summon the 15. It should be a little bit more reliable. 1 and 2. Oh, we're in a mirror match. They are also on the Pyros. Let's go ahead and spice it up. We hit an Innocent Lancer. Okay. If we get hit by Widespread Ruin, that is okay. Because we have our own to protect us. Pass turn. And let's see what they've got. What will Meko do? Oh, all they do is set a card and pass. That gives us the chance to establish an even stronger board. Now we have 2 copies of Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. And we'll be bringing out a stock as well. Set Monster Reincarnation. And let's just power up our monsters. Mill 2. And here we go. Widespread Ruin, of course, keeping them in the game. But we do still have significant damage. Oh, a Phantom Bind. This is the first Phantom Bind I have seen all night. Everybody's running the new traps instead. But they survive with just 1,000 points left. Interesting. 1, 2, and they concede. Alright, the Noodle Ninjas managed to take another victory. Wow, that was a quick game. I said 15 minutes earlier, and now we're still at 14 minutes until the skill releases. I will absolutely be trying out the Psychic deck tonight, unless my internet connection bans me. Alright, oh, this would have been really nice if we were going first. Going second, it's not nearly as strong. We do have Innocent Lancer for, that Konsu damage. But what do we sacrifice? Monster Reincarnation. We could get rid of that one. It probably feels kind of silly to be discarding a legend card. But psychic monsters are traditionally super low defense. So we're going to go for it. Let's see if we can hit a big 1,700. Only one person. Yeah, the Phantom Binds are not doing a lot. Honestly, I think Phantom Bind... So, I kind of alluded to it in one of my videos, but Phantom Bind, I think, is stronger than the Barrier. Alright, Barrier base is 1,600. Not actually enough to defeat Innocent Lancer. Maybe Jellyslag here has access to the skill before everyone else. Folder Blitz, and they do have enough to use the effect. I'm taking 1,500. Psychic Drive, minus 300. That's going to be a boost, and I think they get to recover a level 2. Alright, 600. And we find a Spice. That is interesting. We do have the Noodle Art of Roastery, so I am going to go for it. Let's bring out Gazelle and you. Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. に対リリースしてアドバンス召喚。スパイスのモンスター効果発動。Alright, let's see if it works. Swing into Folder Blitz, swing into you. It's funny how many times I wish I just have a low-level Pyro instead of a Dragius. Because once again, if this Dragius was just a random low-level monster, I would have won the game. It's really odd. 3,200, that should be okay. Oh, they just go into battle and that is going to be game. They gotta wait their additional 10 minutes. And then, they'll be able to try out the new skill, get in there with those Esperades, the second Roman pick. It's gonna be fantastic. Oh, and we find another duel right away. And we are up against a Luke. Okanasuki Noriaru. Unfortunately, I do not know what that means. Okanesuki Noriaru. I mean, okay, so Okanesuki. Okay, but what is a Noriaru? I understand the first half, but not the second. Oh, interesting. We have access to a Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. I guess we should bring it out. They probably have a tribute monster in hand to deal with this, but I'm doing what I can. A Sports Dragon Pitcher, probably not the one I wanted to see destroyed. Given it has 0 attack, it wouldn't be contributing to the end board. I do have my Widespread Ruin, so we do have a shot here. Twin-Edged Dragon in attack mode is quite threatening. And we see a Dragonic Slayer ready to pop one of my cards. Now, I did play the Roastery here as a bit of a bait. I'm hoping that if they do Dragonic Slayer, they choose this one. Dragonic Resonance is being activated a little bit too early here. And they do hit the Roastery. Oh, they are so dead. They are ending the turn with a 0 attack and a 300 attack point monster. That was incredibly risky. I don't have 5 normals in the graveyard, so we just summon out 2 of our 1500 attack point monsters and activate Spice, and they concede. And the Noodles claim another win. Alright, so I am going to go get some water, I think. I will be right back. It's just in time for us to start with the new skill when I get back. Feel free to grab a snack. Grab some water. I will be back in a few minutes. And we are back. Everyone, hope you are hydrated, snacked up. It is currently 11:59, and that means it is just about time for the new skill. All we gotta do is play one last game, and it should be ready to go. Yeah, I'll try the noodles up against the vagabond for our final game before we head over to the psychics. Alright, so we are up first, and it is a vagabond. So I don't feel as bad about dropping some bigger monsters turn 1. Summon Skull seems good, forcing them to have an out to Summon Skull, and we even keep a Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja in hand. This is technically someone's ranked deck, but the Vagabond is not the best at playing the game. So here we see a Fire Guardian swinging in for no real effect. My move, and we draw 3 high levels. Come on. Let's Monster Reincarnation, grab ourselves a cool low-level monster. Just a Gazelle is fine. Gazelle comes out. Real Innocent Lancer. Grab that piercing damage. Ditch the Dragius because it's funnier. And swing. Alright, Gazelle, kind of to be expected. And a 0. We missed out on some big piercing. Welcome back, Dragzen. You are just about right on time. Oh, it says that, YouTube thinks we are still in the hydration check. I did switch back. You are able to see my screen, right, everyone? Alright, set this one for sure. Go here, go here. Tribute a couple of monsters off for Dragius. Activate the effect, and battle. Pop 1, and pop 2. And then swing in with the Summon Skull. Alright, they brought out their own Dragius, but they don't attack with it. And that's going to give us the win here. Stock the Noodle Ninja, tribute off Summon Skull, and stock. Bring out the Flavor Inspector, and it is Millen time. Start with the Dragius, so we get the chance for an extra 100 with Spice. Then Roastery, and we are good to go. Swing in. That's significant damage. And finish the game with a 3800 Flavor Inspector, destroying a Dragius. It's now a few minutes past the start of the hour, so we should be ready to go. Let's load in and see what the requirements for these new things are. Oh, I get to send it over to someone. I know someone's been sending me Vagabonds quite a bit. So I'm gonna give it over to oh, I owe Obliviora one for sure. Alright, check the opponent's deck. No. Oh, and it looks like the Hyper Roa has appeared. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. was a cute little cutscene. Obviously, if you've already seen the show, you probably are familiar with these plot points, but I still enjoyed it. Let's go ahead and beat up level 50 Roa. I don't actually know what to expect with his deck. Hopefully the noodles are good enough. I know the Mimi one wasn't all too threatening. So Shadow Fire, starting things off. Fall Owl, and oh, a Tribute Summon on the first turn. But it's only a 1600. Interesting. I think we are good to go. Bring out the bring out 2 Pyros. And the Gazelle. We don't need to get piercing damage, but this is good enough to clear the entire board. Oh, whoops. Clear out the Shadow Fire and the Fall Owl. Alright. And after this, we can go check the skill requirements. I'm hoping we do get to unlock it pretty quickly. I'll draw some cards. Ooh, those are some good ones. Bring out the Dragius from my hand. Then a Silent Assailant and a Tribute for Summon Skull. Dragius will activate its effect, and now it can attack twice, destroying both of the monsters. Summon Skull, take out the third one, and Gazelle directly. Just barely missing out on lethal. Maybe if we had one Spice, things would have gone differently. Oh, Evil Star Beacon, bringing out 2 monsters from the graveyard, helping summon a heavy metal, which is even going to destroy my Gazelle. And then a Rocker coming out, shuffling a Growl. I think this deck is comboing off. It feels like I'm playing against a real deck. Wow. However, they did end with a Babysitter Goat in attack position. So, I think maybe we will be able to win. Let's go ahead and bring out our monsters, and all we need to do is beat any one of them over Babysitter Goat, and we win. Alright, and we managed to unlock a Roa skill too. Good timing. Get 6 levels for the dungeon. And now let's go. I can accumulate the fan's heart meter to battle Roa. Perfect. I am going to try to get some glossy variants of his drops. Okay, we win a duel against Roa. Perfect. Now how do we unlock the skill? Achieve 2 comeback victories against Gavin using Roman. Okay, sure. We somehow need to achieve a comeback victory. That seems kind of like a lot of effort, but I think we are able to do it. All we have to do is activate a bunch of our life point paying effects against a level 10 Gavin Sogetsu. Switch gate over to 7s, rewards X1, change the duelist to Gavin. You know what, we'll do, yeah, level 10 works for me. And then we just need to go get our Primogatarnas, etc. and make a comeback victory. I need to remember so I don't just win the duel without it actually counting. Okay. Binding chain, sure. Summon Keytar Kid, activate the skill. We're gonna just grab Climax Finale and use it every single turn. 1200, 1500. Perfect. Tribute off the stronger one. Climax Finale. Boost an irrelevant monster. Set. Battle phase. Take as much damage as possible. And pass. Alright, perfect. They have burn. I have fewer life points remaining, so Ramon pick, go on in. Mill some cards. Sure, I'll take a telepathic agent. Why not? Tribute 2, 1, and 2. Summon level 2. Perfect. Activate the skill. We get our Climax Finale back. Tribute. Climax Finale again. Boost you. Summon you. Pay even more life. Perfect. Let's go ahead and activate Folder Blitz. And then, how much damage are we actually able to deal? This might be lethal. Let's put Roman Pick back into the deck. So this is 2,000, 4,000. Yeah, this should be game. Swing in. Yep, and that is 3,000 damage. That should be one comeback victory out of the way, and just one more to go. Yeah, I don't need the rewards because I already have 3 copies of all of the cards, and I am mostly trying to make it as easy as possible to meet the condition of the unlock. I don't want to spend a bunch of turns trying to... Sorry. I don't want to spend a bunch of time trying to get myself low and then have the level 40 deck just actually kill me. Summon Wapkiss, but I can't actually use the skill here. So instead, I will summon a couple of monsters. And I will leave the 300 attack point monster on the board. Like a powerful duelist. Let's make sure... Oh, I can't even... Oh, they don't have any monsters. That's right. Telepathic Agent can come on out. Why not? Alright, we see a Seraph of Darkness. I didn't think it would be in the level 10 deck. Interesting. I draw a card. Perfect. Oh, this seems really familiar. Roman Pick, activate the effect. Mill a bunch. Add a card to hand. Tribute 1 and 2. Summon a level 2. Activate the skill to grab our Climax Finale. Activate the Climax Finale. Boost my monster. Burn myself for even more. Activate Folder Blitz, and then is this game. So we have 22. Oh, this is actually close. I'll just pull up the calculator. 1,400 plus 3,200 plus 3,700. Oh, never mind. This is not close. I have 55, so exactly 1,000 over. Battle phase it up, and that should be game. Another comeback victory, as they managed to deal some damage to me on turn number 2. Close out that one, and then this deck, if your opponent is playing terrible cards, it's pretty good at hitting those OTKs. Oh, thank you for the follow, Supe. Oh wait, do quick victories not count as comeback victories? Do I have to wait until turn like 6? Alright, let's see if I have to go redo this again. Oh, nope, it's good. We get ready to be amped up, so we can go ahead and set that one. And then we will also be ready to try out the new skill over in Ranked. We can clear this one out. Definitely not going to be running the normal rare challenge again anytime soon. At least not with that deck. So let's check the skill requirements. Always want to make sure we're starting off with the right cards. Get ready to be amped up says the only level 7 or higher monsters are psychic type. So we can use anything else for level 6 and lower. But we are going to want as many psychics as possible for Roman pick, which is interesting. 3 cards from my draw are Prima Guitarna, Esperade, and Roman pick. So an interesting thing here is that we're drawing 2 level 7s and a Roman pick, so we're going to need more low levels on those turns. So to maximize our odds of getting a 2 tribute play, we want the Seahorse Carriers. We're going to need the Roman pick, one of, obviously. And we're going to fill out the Psychic Engine next. We have a 1200, and we also have a 1400. Looking like a good start. Next, we obviously need Prima Guitarna, and we also need Giftarist. This is just because we want more Psychic Boss monsters to work with our skill. To work with Roman pick. We could run Folder Blitz as well. But Giftarist seems pretty good. So let's go with that. Trap cards, Widespread Ruin, and for spell cards, a Monster Reincarnation gets us another Roman pick. Let's filter down to the Psychics, see if there's anything else we want to add. I'm thinking the 1500 will be pretty solid. And Speedy Performer. Oh, sorry. Speedy Performer has a pretty good shot of coming up. I guess I'll put in Telepathic Agents, and then we can fill the rest with some kind of spell or trap card. Severing Psychic Wall offers another way to reuse our high-level monsters, our Roman pick. And it lets Prima Guitarna beat a Dragius that attacks into it. So we could go with Call of the Earthbound, but I think Severing Psychic Wall should be a better option. We are kind of not looking at a ton of ways to survive a heavy metal attack, though, which does scare me. But in any case, let's go into Ranked and see if we can get some wins. Alright, we are up first, and that's great because we get an extra turn to just set up all of ours. We're getting a light Aqua into the graveyard. We don't have any tribute monsters. Telepathic Agent, I think we can go ahead and set. I would rather have the 1500 to deal with whatever board Yuji over here puts. So they have 2 face downs. And it's looking like they are running some kind of aggro deck. Interesting. Oh, a Roman pick. But we don't have lower life points. So we actually can't use it yet. This is kind of awkward. I think I just set the Lamoon and we pass again. And we also have 3 cards in hand, so we aren't even able to set things up. We can't use the skill next turn because we aren't drawing 3 cards. Well, on the plus side, we might be... Yeah, we are... Well, on the downside, we're taking 5,000 damage. That's a little high. A little... Just a teensy bit more than I wanted. As I now can't really use any of... my effects. We have Widespread Ruin, which is nice. But I'm still not really seeing the plan here. I guess I could discard the Roman pick. And we still somehow have no out to the Dragius. I did put in tribute monsters, right? Oh, and they still have their face down card, which is incredibly threatening. Like if that's Widespread Ruin, we just lose. Thunder the Thunder coming on out, of course. Yeah, so obviously we are going to be destroying Dragius here with Widespread Ruin. And it looks like my internet is struggling once again. I would really like to activate my trap card. Here we go. Widespread Ruin. Dragius goes bye-bye. I can read the basics for Japanese. I'm definitely not fluent at all. But the simple stuff I can do. Like, I would say, like, even a kindergartner is probably better than I am. So, my skill is quite low, but it's like, you know, it exists. Okay, I guess I start with the Seahorse Carrier. Let's use that effect. I would like to add the 1400 to my hand. I would like to summon Esperade the Smashing Superstar. And I would like to use its effect to destroy 2 of my opponent's monsters. I will summon Speedy Performer. And the Roman pick as well. And I will summon the Prima Gatarna. Well, no, I will use the... Oh, I can't. Oh, because Speedy Performer requires a monster. So I mis-sequenced this. But that's fine. We know they are running Pierce, so putting this card face down is kind of threatening. But I think it's still the right play. Battle phase, we just swing in and see if we can get it. Phantom Bind, we deal a little bit of damage, and we pass turn. We have a Severing Psychic Wall to try to save us a little bit. So hope is not all lost. Quite yet. Let's see what they pull out. Yeah, that is a lot of spells and traps in their deck. They've got a wide variety. Oh, Ancient Arise, but they don't have any of the prerequisites, so it's just a 3,000 attack point beater. So far, so good. I'm still alive. I am no longer alive. That definitely does it. I guess I'll use the card. But it is a loss 100%. Oh, I accidentally clicked on a climax beat. Hey, we unlocked some floors though. Got ourselves a gem for our loss here. Let's go ahead and try one more time. Hopefully the Psychics are able to put up a fight. Interestingly, the Serving Psychic Wall would have been a bit better, as I call the Earthbound that game. Oh, we played against Sloth earlier, but it looks like they are also on a Roman now. They definitely were playing something else earlier. Okay, an interesting opening hand. Let's see what they bring out. Oh, they actually do go for an attack position monster. I wonder if they have the trap cards to protect it. They do not. Interesting. Well, if that's the case, I think I will have to, don't mind if I do this one. And we'll bring out Seahorse Carrier, Tribute Offer, Prima Guitarna, and then use the second Seahorse Carrier to recycle the light aqua monster in our graveyard. This is going to let us bring out Giftarist alongside Prima. Theoretically, I could use the boost here and just keep the weaker monsters on board, but this now requires Dragius or 2 bosses for the opponent to out. So Giftarist boosting itself up. No need to pay 1,000 life points just for 600 damage. Seems like a bad trade to me. I do not accept the trade offer. Alright, Dream Drummer. Oh, interesting. They put back my Light Aqua to shut off the 3rd Seahorse Carrier. Prima Guitarna coming out. Unfortunately, that is going to be able to beat things. And they have their own Seahorse Carrier, so they might be getting me back with a very similar play as mine. Quite good. Oh, Romike and Roller. Not the one I was expecting. So they aren't able to use it, and we know that that's the Grace Princess Kana because they added it with Seahorse Carrier. Effects activate, and just barely, Romike and Roller is able to clear my Prima Guitarna. But we'll see if we draw what we need. Alright, we are getting hangry. So let's go ahead and activate this skill, giving us the Roman pick for sure. Oh, but we get not nearly enough other low levels, and we can't even use Roman pick. So we need to Monster Reincarnation. Let's see here. I think we ditched the Severing Psychic Wall. And we just need to get a low level. We'll bring out the Roman pick. We'll bring out the Seahorse Carrier. But that Dream Drummer actually is putting in work. We can't bring them both out because we don't have the low levels. So we're just gonna Esperade. And then we battle phase. And we have to take out the Prima Guitarna. There's no other option. So we keep a Prima Guitarna for ourselves, and we know they are about to draw crazy. Yeah, we were just not lucky enough. Oh, they're running a very similar list to ours. They bring back another Prima Guitarna, so they have 3 level 7s in their hand right now. There's no way they can summon all of those. There's like actually no way. There's no Psychic monster that lets you special summon one. They're gonna get stuck on something. Wait, am I dead? Because if they play 2 Prima Guitarnas, they are going to beat over me and then have just crazy cards. Uh-oh. I think they might just be going for an OTK. And I mean, even if I do survive, my Prima Guitarna, is it going to be able to activate its effect? Throw Mike and Roller. Another one. Oh, wait. Interesting. So the last card's... Wait, shouldn't there have been another one? I must have missed something. Alright, well, I do survive. Wait. Oh, did they not use the skill? No, they did. I'm really confused. How did they do that? Well, Speedy Performer, go ahead and activate your effect. Boost up that telepathic agent. Kanan, come out next. And then if that's a widespread ruin, we have protection with Prima Guitarna. My opponent only has 1100 life points remaining. So here is hoping. I can't use my Prima Guitarna's effect, of course, but I can use Telepathic Agent. We'll return Speedy Performer to the deck, I guess, and enter the battle phase. Alright, let's see if this works. Direct attack. Oh, they have something. And it is Widespread Ruin. We play around it and get the 1400. I'm not sure. Plus minus. I just cannot say currently whether this is better or worse than Climax Beat. Climax Beat was bad though. Psychics were not a good deck. So even if I think this deck feels better, I don't know if that's because I have the Giftarist or if it's because of the skill. Overall, I would say this skill is probably the better one because it gives you 2 level 7 monsters that you can use. I see the nice in the chat. Where is the stream for you? Because I just finished the game. I'm not sure if you're reacting to the victory there or if you're reacting to something that happened a couple minutes ago. It's really hard for me to tell. Alright, so we are going first. And we have 3 low levels. This feels really bad against a Luke player, but I think setting up 2 high levels, it just makes so much sense to me. Because if there's anything except for a Dragius, the odds that one of these survives is really high. And actually, if they are a Luke player, there's probably a lower chance that they're running through Dragius because they probably want those Phoenix Dragons in a Dragon deck. So we bring out Kanan, we have Giftarist and our Prima Guitarna. I think this is the right play, but if you think I should have just set 3 monsters, that's totally fair. To plays like these. I can send the top card of my deck to the graveyard. Sounds good. I would like to try to get my Roman pick in there as quickly as possible. Okay, so it was reacting to the victory. It's interesting because if I'm in YouTube Studio and it shows me still playing the game in there, what do I think the best dragon is? Or best deck is? Yeah, it's dragons. It might be Earth Dragons, or it might be the new ones, the Fire and Ice Dragons, but it's one of those. It's definitely dragons, unless something like Royal Rebels comes out of left field to become the best deck. As of, 6 hours ago, before the release of the box, Earth Dragon 1000% was by far the best deck. It wasn't close. And then, even above Dragoncaster, there's the Aggro Aqua deck, which is obviously very similar. It's got Dragius, it's got 7-Zone Magician sometimes, but I think that Cure Master Dion Keto skill, or even set Party Party Party, were better than pure Dragoncasters with stuff like Spell Archers and Doriados and Fire Golems. Like, you don't need all of that. Just get that Seahorse engine in there, summon those 2 tribute monsters, win the game. Alright, so it is, wait. Are you guys seeing, a little small peace-loving dragon that will affectionately approach you if you fed some nuts with a ring on his necklace that is rumored to hold a great secret? Because I don't know why this is here. There seems to be something, mysterious happening on my opponent's field. Interesting. I could actually go for the Prima Guitarna again. But is it even worth it? I don't think so. I'm just gonna set my cards and see how it goes. Set 1, set 2, set 3. Battle phase it up and see what happens. If they've got the ruins, they got the ruins. But if it's just the barrier or something, then we're fine. Lamoon's getting in for the 2400. And we have our own widespread ruin and a severing psychic wall to protect us from those dragonic beasts. Giftarist is a 2400, and that means if my opponent is, oh, how did they know? How did they know? No, it's not possible. And now I'm dead. I'm so not ready for this. Okay. They might actually swing into the Giftarist, though. So, let's see how good they are. First swing. Do they do it? And they do. It is time. I activate my... I return a card to my deck, and Dragius is going down. Prima Guitarna, head back on in. Alright, and now we are, and they concede. They scoop it up. I will send them the nice, because they got the insane snipe on my trap card, but they weren't ready for second trap card. It's in the deck specifically for Dragiuses, and it paid off. I like that even though we are in King of Games, they're giving me helpful tips like, what is a tribute summon? Just in case I wasn't familiar. Oh, it's a Roman mirror match. To be expected, to be expected. Oh, but we are going second. And we don't really have anything to do. But they are also playing Psychics, so they probably don't have anything to do. Let's just set our hand. The good old Rush Duel Classic. A perfect turn. A true Rush Duelist always knows how to set 5 cards. Of course, we are giving them essentially 8 cards here to make their big tributes happen, so it's pretty likely we get hit by some big stuff. But so far, so good. Sure, they gain 1,000, but this is just some whatever aggro deck. I don't think it's time to get hangry yet. 'Cause I feel like we don't really have enough. And we can't Esperade. That said, I am going to do it anyway. My life points are lower than the opponent's, so I can use the Roman pick. Okay, and we get 3 low levels, which is perfect. Let's Roman pick out. What's my face down? Oh, it's a reincarnation. Okay. Activate the skill. We did find some high-level monsters. We'll take another Prima Guitarna. Why not? Activate Kanan. Then we will do a Tribute Summon. 1 and 2. Oh, and check this out. Okay. Next, we Speedy Performer. We activate the effect. Prima Guitarna gains some attack points. For sure. Then we Monster Reincarnation. We are going to discard the Esperade. We're gonna grab our Roman pick. Actually, I should have just gotten, the Seahorse Carrier, probably. But we are going to add a Silent Assailant to hand. And then we're going to bring out Prima Guitarna number 2. And then we will Silent Assailant. And we are going to deal a ton of damage. Pay 2k. This is a lot of life points. This might not actually be the right play if this doesn't lethal them. Which I don't think it will. But I like clicking buttons. They're down to 900. So that Dion Keto, we could say that this effect saved them, but what it actually did was enable the Roman pick in the first place. Oh, here comes life point gain. We see a Mystic Dealer. They are digging for those high-level monsters that are able to beat me. A 7's Road would be pretty strong, but if it's just a Dragius, we have a shot. 7's Road, unfortunately. Dark Sorcerer, sure. Oh, and a Skull. This actually is not too bad. We survived this, for sure. Yeah, we don't need to activate here. Ow. Yeah, and I don't need to use the Severing Psychic Wall here either. It's 1,000. It doesn't save me enough to prevent a... Oh, but it would have let me use the Roman pick, actually. So maybe I should have used it. Because now I just kind of have to sit here. And then if I could have used the Roman pick, I could have gotten another high level. like the Giftarist or the Esperade. Yeah, okay. I should have absolutely used the Severing Psychic Wall. That is my bad. But it's not over yet. I have a couple of tricks up my sleeve. I can destroy the Seven Sword Magician. Pass turn. Let's see. I know I've missed some chat. Farming gems is annoying in dueling, so that it makes me stop playing. Yeah, if you play speed and rush, it's definitely pretty tough. But if you just play rush, you should have more than enough gems if you're playing it consistently. How do I get Red-Eyed Roman? So you have to use the newly released skill and then wait until turn number 4. Alright, so we have the Widespread Ruin, which is perfect. So say goodbye to Exodia. That one obviously goes down, and so does that one. But I'm okay with this. So far, so good. Telepathic Agent and Telepathic Agent is perfect. My opponent's life points are certainly at least 1,000 higher than mine, so my Telepathic Agents can both activate their effect and swing in for game. Shuffle into the deck. Shuffle into the deck. And we go to battle. Swing for 1,000. And one more time. We clutch it out. So the new patch has interesting traps and spells. I would say so. Widespread Ruin is quite good. I think Music Princess's Recital is seeing less play than it should currently. Not sure there were too many good spell cards. But other than that, definitely some interesting traps. I don't think the barrier is very good. People are running it, but it's basically done nothing. The issue that you're not really playing, you spam PNJ. What does PNJ mean? And yeah, plus minus, my opponent definitely identified the Psychic Trap. I guess they are in King of Games for a reason. NPCs. Yeah, that has definitely made me quit previously, where I'm playing the game, but it's like, oh, I'm like not actually even playing. Because it's just these NPC duels that don't matter at all. 2 level 7s is kind of not great. But I'm gonna deal with it. I will simply manifest a Seahorse Carrier. I am going to draw it next turn, and the game cannot stop me. I am hacking the Konami servers as we speak. I will not brick. You know, maybe the agent is telepathic, but the operator on the phone is not. So, you know, how far does the telepathy go? Gotta get in range. Alright, they are thinking quite a while. Twin Edge Drago definitely able to beat me up if they go for that discard double attack. Also, they have a nice sleeves. They're nice looking wooden. Oh, they go for a Dragius. So maybe they have more low levels, so they didn't feel the need for Triad Drago. No, they are just swinging in. They have no cares. Alright, manifesting. Well, that... Oh, wait, hold on. Brain power activating. Normal summon. Flip. Roman pick. Set this. Tribute 1. Tribute 2. Prima Guitarna. Effect. Now my life points are lower. Roman pick. Activate. Grab Speedy Performer. Speedy Performer. Effect. And then tribute for the gift Taurus. Was it worth this many life points? Maybe not. But that has never stopped me before. I am here to click the button. If the card glows, you gotta go. The Ancient Wisdom. And we have the Severing Psychic Wall, so another Dragius actually isn't a problem. When they go, of course, into this Dragonic Slayer that's about to destroy me, it then becomes a bit of a problem. Yeah, wow, I'm shocked. Flare forth. And it's Prismatic, just to make sure that they know, or just to make sure that I know I'm getting styled on. And then they know. What are you doing? They forgot how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I activate my trap card, Severing Psychic Wall. I shuffle a monster into the deck. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Like, just use the resonance and then tribute. Like, if you're really dead set on the Dragius, you can. Do you think they were running a different skill? So we don't really have anything, super relevant here. I'm kind of afraid to leave them with 8 cards, but I'm also afraid to just get beat up. So I guess we just set some monsters. I think you're right. The desk card, I've seen, I think a 100% Dragius gets destroyed into concede combo. Okay, so Bunker Strike makes sense. Kind of what I figured. Giving them infinite cards to perform their strategy is probably not the best plan. But we are out here doing our best. Oh, a Twin Edge. Should I have kept the Roman pick? Maybe. But the idea is that I'm getting it anyway. Because we're gonna go into turn 4. So I should be able to go hangry mode. And then, loop the Roman picks to my heart's content. So I wanted the Speedy Performer. Yeah, so here is the showcase. I'm taking 28. But now it's my turn. We go angry. And then activate the skill. We are guaranteed 3 cards. Perfect. My life points are lower, so we Roman pick. Activate the effect. And we whiffed. We milled 3 aquas. So, my plan was to go down to 1700 here, loop my Roman picks a couple of times to get under 1,000, blow up the field, but instead I guess I will lose the game. That also seems like a pretty good option here. Phantom Bind, that's fine. But our life points, 1700, there's no shot. We're surviving a Dragonic Resonance player with only 1700. Yeah, and they even have the Triad. Again, I think this one, more than anything, is... we went second. We had to set 3 monsters. They just get a ton of tempo off of that. So the second Roman pick, you get it from the skill. So the Prima Guitarna comes from your deck, but the Roman pick and the Esperade are generated from thin air. And also, I think with a field like this, even if I did get my playoff, it wasn't going to matter. That duel was over. Dragonic Resonance is a pretty good deck. You guys should try it out sometime. I was getting so ready to like save that replay, show off the Roman pick loop. But that shall be for another day. And we are reaching the 6-hour mark on the stream, apparently. I probably should stop at some point, huh? And that is not looking good. We need to get something out of our hand, unfortunately. So we'll just bring out a Giftarist. And we gotta pass it over. 2 level 7s. Maybe next turn we will manifest a Seahorse Carrier. Get our monsters out. Hopefully we survive. It looks like they are pretty dedicated to the Aqua engine here. They're even running the Seahorse servers. So it should be a slower deck. I'm expecting them to be on plenty of stuff like the Dion Ketos. But of course they just draw the Dragius anyway. Oh, they mill a Seahorse Carrier. Interesting. So I'm taking 2,600. It could be worse. This could be worse. I draw a card. Welcome to the stream. Wachiwa, wachiwa, wachiwa. And we get the Roman pick. That isn't quite Seahorse Carrier, but it's good enough. Especially when we mill and actually find a Psychic. Let's get the La Moon out of here. Tribute Summon 1 and 2. Then we go for Speedy Performer. That's gonna boost up Giftarist quite a bit. Then we get a 3rd Psychic on the board, and a Giftarist boosts itself even further. We mill 2 traps. And of course, Speedy Performer is not allowed to stay on the field. That just ends the game in their favor. I do not need to activate Prima Guitarna here. And my life points absolutely cannot take it after that first turn. We opened 3 level 7s, so we did what we could. We got a little bit of damage in. If we survive, there is a good chance of us being able to go hangry mode and win from that. But it relies a lot on them, for instance, not drawing a second Dragius here. So we'll see. Especially since we can get the second Roman pick. So however many life points we end on means different things. Interestingly, I don't want them to just set 3 monsters and pass. I think that's bad for us because we don't really have piercing. We have the telepathic agents and whatnot, but I don't really have a good way to just deal 5,400. Okay, this is perfect. If they're summoning out just 1 boss monster and a set, and I agree with them, which is to say, I think they are misplaying, because I don't want to pay 1,000 life points. I want to just beat them up. And my internet connection is going down rapidly. Telepathic agent, interesting. The question is, I could get myself down to 1,000 if I try really hard. But is it worth it? I can only attack directly once. So I think I just need to bring out my Giftaris and kind of settle for that. Roman pick I will use. But what do I add? Just a second Giftarist, maybe? No, I think I needed a low level. Let's see. I guess I'll grab a Speedy Performer. Just go for the boost. Boost you. Then Esperade. Oh, wait. I have 3 monsters. We're gonna give Tarist here. Wait. So if we do that, we beat that up. No, there's no way it's enough. Okay. And then we just set here. Swing in. And this is a pretty sturdy board. As long as, but there is an issue. If that set card is Triple Threat Thunder, we do just kind of blow up. Thanks for joining, Desk Card. Hope to see you around some more later. Next time. Alright, so they are setting again, which makes me think that they don't have a Triple Threat Thunder lethal. Oh, but there is a Pierce. Okay, that's only 1,500. And that might actually do it. I set that Speedy Performer, and that is game. Send the nice. And we are just over the 6-hour mark. I think we've played just about every deck we can in PvP. So, I can keep going. Because I am having fun. There are still more decks I haven't tried a lot of, like Luke. But the question is, how long do I play for? Let's clear out these just a little bit. They've been stacking up while we figure out what to do next. It does look like the internet connection has finally started to stabilize. So I could play more Arise Forces. Or I could grind the event. But I'm not sure if event grinding is going to be that interesting for the viewers. We're going to do one battle against the level 50 guy. Just because the meter is full. But after that, maybe we'll do more Ancient Forces in ranked. I probably should take a break for food. No, well, at least water. Alright, let's beat up Roa, and then we'll take a quick break for water. That seems like a good plan. Alright, we are up first against level 50 Roa, and we have a pretty good hand. We are just gonna go ahead and set these monsters up for next turn. Keep the Dragius around, and we'll see what we draw. Alright, Royal Rebel Rocker, but they don't have any targets for it. They do have the heavy metal, but I have no face-up monsters, so they can't take advantage of it. I'm keeping Triad Drago, which is pretty good, but we also do have a Dragonic Pressure face down. So we could take advantage of that as well. But no, I think I'm just gonna summon my monsters normally, get an extra card with the Triad Drago, and play things out from there. Let's bring in the Dragius, and then the two Burning Blaze Dragons. This will be huge damage, for sure. Normal summon, Tribute. And Tribute. Activate Dragius. And then we activate Ancient Forces. This is going to boost up our Burning Blaze Dragon to 2800, and we get to send Clear Ice to the graveyard. Enter the battle phase, and swing. And I'm pretty sure this is way more damage than we would have possibly been able to do by activating the Dragonic Pressure. In fact, I guarantee you there is no world where a Dragonic Pressure turn is dealing 5600. It's a level 50 fight tough. The Lunalite event was beating me up. So the first duel, I think Roa is running enough tribute monsters where it feels like he can actually use heavy metal. However, if you have anything resembling a good rush duel deck, like if you're even gold rank, you're probably gonna be fine. This time we can pressure. Wait, no we can't. I only have 3 monsters. Teehee. I totally could have just attacked and won. Oh, I also could have just brought back the Phoenix Dragon. I'm just throwing because I am seeing glowing button and I am clicking it. Oh. But that's fine. Let's go, and this time we do it again, and this time it will work. Discard all of my high-level monsters. And we can just summon the Dragorite and attack. All a part of the plan. Battle phase, swing. Alright. I wonder if we'll get any drops for this. My play was definitely not smooth. Will we even reach the 3,000 points we need for the full boxes? We do. Alright, so I'm gonna head to the bathroom and get some water, maybe get a snack. I hope you all do too. And then we will resume with ranked duels in just a moment. Alright, so we are back and ready to take on ranked with Ancient Forces. Have a good night, Dragzen. Hope you get some good sleep. Oh, I see, my dropped frames reset, so I must have disconnected again at some point during that. So maybe we just do one more game to cap off the night. And then I give my poor internet connection a break. So we'll go until we win one more round. Just finish things off on a high note. Oh, welcome, Sloth. Yeah, it was nice running into you multiple times. Thank you so much for coming by and saying hi. I hope you have a good night as well. We're probably going to be wrapping up ourselves pretty soon here. My internet connection is suboptimal. And I've definitely been giving it a beating. We've been live for just about 6.5 hours. So we are up first, and we have both Sports Dragons plus a Dragonic Pressure. That sounds pretty good to me. I am going to go ahead and set this up like this and pass. So stream rules say we have to end on a win. And they are setting 3 monsters. That is pretty good for me. We draw a ton of unplayable cards though. Like, incredible. I guess we just pressure and then Sports Dragons our way into a 3k damage. Sure. I will special summon a Sports Dragon Pitcher and activate Sports Dragon Pitcher's monster effect, Sports Dragon Slugger. Then I tribute Sports Dragon Slugger and Sports Dragon Pitcher for Ancient Arise Dragon. Activate the effect, and I'm not shuffling them back in, no. Swing in for the 3k, and that's a pretty good start. Interestingly enough, if our next turn draw is another Ancient Arise Dragon, Dragonic Pressure, and 3 more dragons, we can just win the game by dealing another 3,000 burst, which is very funny. Oh wait, Bunker Strike. Bunker Strike is not Slayer. If they only have 1 monster able to beat my boss, they are getting hit by the big widespread ruin and the game is over. It's done. It's done. We win. Widespread ruin activates. Bunker Strike goes away. Dragorite can't attack. And we draw. And they concede. We don't even get to see what we got. So that was it. We got our final victory of the night. No, that was too quick. We're going one more. We're gonna play until we lose and then win one more time. Because I didn't play nearly enough dragons tonight. I only played like 3 or 4 games, and this is the deck I was waiting for. So let's give it a shot. Also, if my internet goes out again, we will call it there. So if you see me surprisingly disappear, that's what's happening. I am wondering, is there someone I could potentially stream today? Or, what's it called? Potentially do a small Twitch raid. Because with the new box, surely other people are playing Rush Duels. Usually it's so hard to find another Rush streamer. Everyone's just playing speed duels. Oh, but my internet is not cooperating with loading Twitch. Maybe I should have just called it. We are trying our best to load into this game. We shall see how it goes. It is thinking. It is doing its best. Let's try one more time. Okay, maybe it's just not going to work. Over to Duel Links. Yeah, and the top streams are still all just people playing speed duels. Okay, I think we're here. Oh, and there are a couple of Rush Duel players. Oh, I didn't know Ben Next is a streamer. That's pretty cool. Wait. If I'm understanding the stream title correctly, the person who plays Roa in the show might be on Twitch right now. So when we finish, if they're still going, we are going to be raiding them for sure. Okay, so they go for a turn 1 Dragius. Our opening hand consists of not the optimal plays, but we will give it a shot. We're going to do our best. If we had a level 6, we'd be cooking. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Tribute 2. The issue here is we are going to lose really hard to a widespread ruin. And then do we risk it with the attack mode Dragorite? I guess we play it safe. Dragorite will go in defense mode, so we either get the damage in, or we at least save ourselves from one of Dragius's big hits. The internet is being mean to us, so we are going to be done. I am going to go double check, see if I am really understanding that other stream title properly. While it's busy lagging over here. Alright, let's battle phase. Excuse me? Please proceed to the battle phase. Okay. And Twitch is failing to load. Did I attack? I'm pretty sure I did. It is doing its darndest. It is stuck, huh? There's really not much to say about it. So let's open up Twitch Studio. And we will just call it here. Oh, wait, it's thinking. They do have a card. It might be the barrier. Oh, it's Recital. Well, maybe I will end my turn if the game decides I'm worthy of doing so. Oh, wait, vey. Alright, let's just try to get this raid Shambuds VO. We are unfortunately... Oh, it's thinking. But the pop-up to do it, is not. Alright. We are just going to call it here. I don't think there's anything else I can do. Thank you everyone for coming out and watching for so long. Go check out the Roa voice actor if you want. And I will see you all hopefully with a smoother stream next time. It was really nice getting to try all of the new decks from the boxes. And I appreciate